Ladies and gentlemen, I swear no long talking about boring stuff today. So let me discuss the very philosophy of it. No, I do want to share one tiny thing. So, back in the day, there was no leveling wherever you wanted to, right? That's actually a relatively recent invention. It's very recent. It only is within the last few years. So back in the day, if you wanted to make a new character, you went through Vanilla, then you went through Outland, and then you went through Wrath. After Kata, you went through Kata, and then usually, you know, Outland and Wrath. And well, let me tell you, that was a trip. You think this sucks? I want you to imagine going from Kata zones, which is this stuff, which by and large is overall higher quality than both of the previous early expansions, and then going straight from Kata zones back to BC zones. Now, in the interest of honesty, what you could do is you could kind of do a very specific path of just doing certain types of quests, and you could squeeze out enough experience either in a specific zone or across several zones to not have to do the whole expansion. And same thing with Northrend. Like, if you know what you're doing, you could do that. But let me tell you, so, getting back on point. Whenever I would do that, first of all, the vanilla part was just, even as the classes got better and the quests got a little bit smoother and the general interface got improved, going through vanilla was always a pain. It's one of the reasons I have such horrible memories of vanilla, even though it's probably not nearly as bad as I remember. It's specifically because of the fact that I leveled through vanilla like 20 times. We figured it out during the lore run. I forget what it is, but it was over a dozen times of leveling new characters through vanilla before Kata came out. So, yeah, no, of course, I have really bad memories of it. But when I get through BC, I had a really specific path of mood. So it's starting Hellfire, right? And the beginning of Hellfire is like, yes! And if you remember, if you paid attention, don't blame me if you didn't, most of the positives we gave for Hellfire were some of the early stuff, right? Like, we come out of the dark portal, and there's a bunch of side quests pretty much right here. And, well, that's actually it. So these quests right here. Whoosh! Yes! Then we'd get down to Zethgor. Ugh. And then we get over here. Ugh. And then we'd get to Zangarmarsh. And Zangarmarsh was always a breath of fresh air for me. Not because it's particularly great, but because it wasn't Hellfire Peninsula. And that was just generally my vibe every time I would go back through Outland. It was like, ugh. And by about the time I was halfway through Zangarmarsh, I was sick of it too. Because we're still in BC era. I know what you're thinking, Laura, you're really selling me on the best MMO of all time. I'm telling you, this is the thing. ARR, Guild Wars 2 Vanilla, ESO Vanilla, and WoW BC. They all suck. Every single one of them sucks. They're different types of suck, different brands, different variety, different flavor. But there is suckitude to spare. So, hang on. Let's actually grab some quests here, shall we? So we have this tiny little side post here.
How you doing, man? Bye-bye now.
I bet if they knew they were wearing bug parts, the fashion trend would end very quickly. We first tried killing bugs around here because they were getting in the way of our construction. Some enterprising merchant stops here, spends the night. Next thing you know, he's buying up all the bug things we have. Says he makes clothes out of them. I stick into my armor tanks, but if you got the wings, I'll be gladly buying them.
You be careful, man. Okay.
Mushroom soup, mushroom stew, mushroom sauce, mushroom. That's all there is to eat around here. You say you're hungry and cook hands you an axe and tells you to go chop down your dinner. I'm tired of mushrooms. I've seen fish. Sure, they look like a piece of work, but it's got to be better than mushrooms. How much would it cost for me to hire you to bring me my first decent meal in weeks?
Be seeing ya.
You know, hashtag relatable. Sometimes I wish Dinjai had sent us a shaman, or at least given us a totem to keep the Reapers at bay. The whole place is crawling with the pests. It's just not right. Something shouldn't be eating these despicable things. We've all been taking turns playing Exterminator, and you showed up at right to time. Congrats! Now get out there and mop him up.
Lita.
Of course, I've seen MASH. Yes, I'm aware of one of the pinnacles of modern television. Sorry, I shouldn't be so sardonic, but yeah, of course I've seen MASH. Arguably MASH and, oh my god, I can't think of, I Love Lucy Those are probably the two legitimate pinnacles of what modern television is right there. Everything could be tied back to that in some way or another. There's stuff before that, of course, but those...
What you want? We seeing ya.
So that's a go-to. We'll sit on that for a
Spirits
second.
be with ya, man.
Vashj was wise to bring leather armor. This swamp will render my mail useless before long. I've been replacing the scales bit by bit as I'm able. The Hydra in the cave have thick protective scales that stand up well to the dampness of their home. Finding suitable ones is a tedious process, though. All too often the best scales are too worn or too thin for armor. Bring me the good ones you find.
Be seeing ya. Stay away.
So we won't really be doing Aldor Squire because it doesn't really matter. But I'll talk about it as we get there. Okay, so you notice most of these quests are still more X of Ys. In fact, every quest we just got is what we would call a secondary quest. As opposed to something real. Oh, right. Who should you start with? Since you're... What are you? You're a Blood Elf. You actually get an experience boost with the Scryers to start. So if you ever plan to do anything with them, starting with the Scryers will be easier. Whereas if you start with the Aldor, you'll actually have a longer overall rep chain to go through. If you know what I mean, man. If you don't, that'd be okay. There's no wrong with that. The Scryer base, it's much less cozy. Good afternoon. I don't know, I'm still doing accent. Good afternoon, Pokemibo. Let's see, looks like they're over here. Stay away from the voodoo. Yes, Magister, you can assume that. That is correct. Man, screw the attunement quests. Screw them in the face. You think that's funny, Talia? Make a Death Knight sometime. Ah, a new Death Knight. That's exactly what I've been needing, man. Good to see you around here. We could really use a Death Knight of your caliber. You sure? Yeah, man. Okay. I am able to help. Death Knights, they're just so cool. You know, the problem is the game is designed to acknowledge your class in a very superficial way, except when it actually changes to address your class in a substantial way. And it doesn't do that very often, just like FF14. Both games kind of have that problem. What's really irritating, though, in FF14's case, they have the ability to detect your class and add extra strings of text. And in WoW's case, they do too. Like, they can tell your class. And they know how to give alternate quest dialogue based on 3 separate variables, actually. Whether or not you've done certain content, so it checks for your flags, whether or not you're a certain race, and whether or not you're a certain class. They can really customize the quest text if they wanted to. And, ironically, sometimes they do, but they only do that periodically. So, yeah, don't die, dear Magister, especially if you're doing a hardcore quest. Or hardcore, you know what I mean. I don't know why I'm still a troll. Sorry about everybody. Sorry. Don't feed the trolls. Well, we're going to be doing these quests, which we're already done with that. And then we're going to scooch over to those quests, and then we're going to go ahead and do Underbog. Yes. I had to double check myself on that, but that is confirmed. Yes, that's what we're doing. Good evening, man. Listen, I got a favor to be asking of you, Hutor. 10 minutes? No, we're not going to go that fast. I mean, maybe. I don't have a lot to discuss right now, ironically. But we are still dealing with, you know, BC drop rates. Who could forget the Murloc dance? If no tangents. Ouch, Primarch. I knew it. I always knew. Actually, I do need to go on one tangent really quickly. Okay, so now that we've discussed our tangent. Hey, Dream Whisperer. One Samedi, he be speaking to me. He says, hey man, you give me the souls of all the people in your chat. I let things slide. I say, no problem, man. And then I kill him. And he's like, well, that ain't cool, man. I'm like, yeah. Sorry about that. He says, it's okay, buddy. I understand. Ain't no hard feelings here. Okay, so. Something we've already established a precedence of is if there's quests that have terrible drop rates, we can just kind of skip over those and say, yeah, these quests suck, and move on. So anyways, we're currently farming eels for their fillets and hydras for their scales. So we're going to stop doing these quests immediately. We're going to abandon these quests. We're just going to nuke these right here. Abandon quest. Abandon quest. There we go. And we're going to move on. That is 2 quests in, actually technically 3 quests in a row, which have terrible drop rates and drop off of all kinds of mobs. So, I've mentioned before that there's a gap in between, hang on, let me read this quest first.
Greetings, man.
Have you feel already? There's a reason our visitors don't stay long. If I had a choice, I'd find a more agreeable spot for the post, but I'll take the Marsh Fangs over his temper any day.
Spirits be with
The
you.
Magash is the fiercest troll in the marsh, but she only respects mighty hunters. I tried to prove myself to her, but the one beast that could impress her is out of me skill. Could you maybe help me out? It's a giant bog wasp known as Black Sting. You bring me its sting, and maybe she'll give me a chance to join her hunters. I know it's a little sneaky, but I promise to learn under her and do you both proud.
Later.
Yeah, sure. You got it, Magister. Alright, everyone in chat, I'm putting out a hit on Magister. I want him dead immediately. Abandoned. Yes. There we go. Make sure there's nothing left of him. So I'm actually fairly familiar with how WoW operates under the hood. This is something that I was accused of earlier. That is tainting my view. And it is, in the interest of total honesty. Because I've said it before and I'll say it again. A game I know better is going to be a more accurate review than one I know less. So let's talk about drop rates. Did you know that drop rates actually are directly tied to player population at any given moment? So, to put that into a bit of perspective, let's assume for some magical reason that you are the only player on all of WoW. Now that's extremely unlikely to the point of impossible, which is why they programmed it this way. But let's assume it's true. Congratulations. So, if you are that way, the respawn rate is tied to how many loot actions are pulled across the entire server. In other words, in your case, 1. You. Now, if that doesn't make sense, let me try to put this in a different perspective. Let's say you go and you're randomly killing overworld trash mobs. As you do so, oops, there we go. As you do so, the server says, all right, how many people have looted that thing in the last hour? And it says, oh, it's you. So congrats, it drops a blue, a really rare blue, or maybe a really rare purple. And then so does the next one, and so does the next one. Because it's expecting to wait for another few thousand other people to be looting at the same time. And you're probably thinking, well, but not everyone's farming Outland stuff. No, you're not listening. It's server-wide. So even in the most dead hours in a WoW server, you've still got hundreds of people roaming around at various points in the game looting things. Now, I don't have 100% proof that that affects quest drop rates, but based on years of evidence, I think that also applies to quest drop rates. In other words, the more people looting, the rarer the drop rate is. Now, there is an offset for this, and this has been true for a long time. Nowadays, they call it hyperspawning, but this has been around for many expansions, where the more players in a specific subzone, so like one specific area, like up here in the Deadmire, the faster everything respawns. So if I go there by myself, it's going to be a relatively slow respawn point. But if me and a party goes there, it'll speed up. And if 2 parties go there, it'll speed up even more. And there's effectively no real limit on that. In other words, when you have about 40-ish players in one spot, the respawn rates are quite literally instantaneous. You kill something, and before it's finished its falling over animation, something else is in its place. That's what hyperspawning is.
How you doing?
You can see why that mechanic exists in the game, and it is manipulatable, but only if you got the numbers.
Stay away from the voodoo.
Hey man, we're not friendly with the trolls. Nice, nice. We're gonna take a quick cell break. Then
Really deals for a friend of the Grumbles.
we're done with these generally bad quests. Bet you can't wait to stop hearing this song when we get out of BC. Blah, blah, blah.
Many farewell.
Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. It's actually a decent song for what it's trying to do, but it does get old. All right, we're getting the hell out of here. All right, so. Now that we've done that, let's scooch over here. Now. Right, there's actually one thing I want to do before we really move on, and that's I want to switch specs. We've already functionally reviewed Shadow Priest down to 50. Let's switch over to Discipline. It wouldn't surprise me if WoW took the idea from FF11, Play Joel. Lord knows Ultima Online had sharding years and years and years ago, although obviously it worked differently. So hey, Discipline! This should be interesting. Let's pull some stuff off the bar here. Which I mean everything, let's just get all this crap off the bar. We're going to experiment with Discipline soloing for a second. So the left here, as usual, isn't all that different. We will go ahead and improve our flash heal, our perv mending. This is still a healing spec overall. Let's go with that one. And then obviously I want reduce all magic damage taken. Uh oh, here it comes. Here it comes. Here's Huthor. He's ready to stab me. Huthor in the back with the knife! Listen, I'm not saying I have magical control over the game and all that lies within. Watch your back. I've thought about it, Spartan, but no. The most I would do is a very surface level look at that. I'm not sure that's even worth the time and expenditure. Probably not Nerozaz. This is the hotbar for Dragonflight right here. Yes, bloody bastard. That's what it is. So the reason a Fel Orc couldn't be playable, ignoring the obvious, so obviously Fel is a damaging and deleterious thing, but we can handle that. We've got Demon Hunters, we've got Warlocks. Thing is, we also, a Fel Orc would need constantly to resupply its source of Fel in order to stay a Fel Orc. That's one of the reasons why Illidan had a freaking, Pit Lord sitting around trying to fix that situation. So you'd be constantly bleeding out. And we actually know exactly what happens to an Orc who slowly bleeds out its Fel. We know that because pretty much every playable Orc is one of those. Not all of them, but most of them. So you would be like, and you'd go back to being a normal Orc. Listen, Staff of Jordan is not going to drop. I'm just going to spoil that for you, okay? I mean, nobody, does he even want a Staff of Jordan? Honestly. Like, you know me, I'm all that or dead, Nerozaz. Because as Maverick says, Fel is, it's deleterious, right? It eats away at you. Fel consumes life. So the more Fel you're doing, the more likely it is that you're eating away something, and, well, they're eating away themselves. It's why the Fel army was always going to be a temporary measure, and Illidan knew that. That's why he was using them. Hell, Kil'jaeden knew that when he originally set up the Demonic Horde. So, I'm not saying, like, no, but I am saying that Lucas Slaughter really needs to stop giving me money. I'm not super impressed with the era. There's a couple other ones I like more. God damn it, Lucas Slaughter. I mean, in fairness, no, I don't want money. I just need money. If I could do my job without getting paid for it, I'd take that in a heartbeat. But I do not live in Star Trek. So instead, I will simply say thank you. Thank you very, very much, Lucas Slaughter. I do very much appreciate you. Thank you. I mean, if I could do my job without needing to be paid, done. It's okay. Bragwin's a lizard, too. All right, so. Ross, you still haven't asked me your question. I think random loots for drops for gear and the like is inherently good or bad thing. Oh, no, that is a fascinating question, actually. Do me a favor, hold on to that one. Don't let me forget. Let me look at our talents. So the first 10 talents on the left for Discipline are functionally identical to Shadow. So no real additions there. When we start to get down a little bit further, some of these start to matter a little bit more with our specific... Just ask, Ross, it's fine. Some of these start to matter a little bit more for Discipline specifically. For example, Penance. This will actually make it so that if I heal someone with Penance, they will take less damage for 15 seconds. So all of a sudden, my Penance turns into a buff as well. Really useful. Also, while I'm above 75% health, Flash Heal and Smite are faster casts, so I'm going to take that as well, because I want to be able to cast both of those much more quickly. Let's see. I'm probably going to go ahead and also grab... I mean, if I add vanilla to this list, it's going to go much further down. As I've said, Classic, if we ever review it, first of all, will be assigned to those of you who know. And second of all, will be a fascinating experience. Tell you what. And very, very slow. You think this is slow? You think BC is slow? No, you've seen nothing. Do I want any of this stuff? No, I don't think I do. How would I review Classic? Same way. Fire up a new character in Classic and go review it in the same way I reviewed any other MMO. Would WoW get a negative if you couldn't access Classic anymore? Yes. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Just because I'm not personally in favor of Classic does not mean... Yeah, exactly, Hazardous. Does not mean I'm not in favor of it. In fact, I am really happy that they made Classic a thing. Obvious game preservation reasons, but also because there's a lot of people who enjoy Classic. And I'll say it before and I'll say it again. The world should allow for you to enjoy Classic and for me to enjoy retail, right? That is correct. That is how that should be. Let's go ahead and do that one. So buffs. I need... I don't want any of the rest of this crap. So we'll start picking up randoms. So not that much impressive stuff for Priest here. I suppose I'll get some really basic stuff that I'll never use, just to enable to get myself to get down to power infusion. So not super impressed with the left tree when it comes to the middle tier on Discipline. It's not terrible, but it's not great. Yes. Oh my god, people need to stop doing things. Stop existing. Stop distracting me. So, Discipline. We start off with the ability called Atonement. Power word Shield, Flash Heal, Renew, Power word Radiance, and Power word Life all apply Atonement to whoever you heal. Okay, that buff lasts 15 seconds. Your spell damage heals all targets affected by Atonement for 35% of the damage done, and your healing is increased by double when you're not in a raid. This is the bread and butter of how Discipline heals right there. You heal someone, they get a buff. You damage something, they take healing. Boom, boom, boom. This is how Discipline operates, and it's It bounces up and down in quality periodically, depending on the specific specific expansion. But discipline can be very awesome. We'll see what we think about as we're going through here. So obviously I want the Power Word Radiance. Duh. That's an easy one. Burst of Light heals the target and nearby allies for a bunch. And of course applies Atonement. So that's our AoE Atonement right there. Yes, please. Power of the Dark Side, Shadow Word Pain, and Purge the Wicked have a chance to empower your next penance, increasing its effectiveness by 50%. Yes, please. The last time I really seriously played Priest was Discipline Priest, was Kata, so it's been a minute. It was different back then. Anyways, and then we've got, let's see here. Radiance gains another charge. Yes, that's an easy pick. Smite prevents the next amount of damage dealt by the enemy, so yes. We could get Protection of the Fail, which is Pain Suppression. Pain Suppression is great, but I'm going to skip over that for now. Mind Blast has a chance to grant the power of the dark side and its mana cost. It's reduced by 40%. Yes. So we're going to have Mind Blast on the bar here. Favorite WoW start screen? Visually or audibly? Because those are two very different questions. Mind Blast fractures the enemy, increase your spell damage to target by 10%. Visually... Honestly, Wrath is one of my favorites visually. So I'm gonna go with that. Let's... Also liked Kata. Kata had a really good one. I didn't like Pandaria's. I just loved the song, but I wasn't really a big fan of the visuals. Warlords was fine. I didn't actually like Legions, believe it or not. Despite what I also liked about that. BFA's was Shadowlands was alright, I guess. I mean, Shadowlands was good. I shouldn't say alright. Dragonflights was good. And War Within is so far, neutral. When a power shield is completely absorbed, I restore mana. Yes. And then we could choose between Power Word Barrier, which summons a barrier at a spot, reduces all damage taken by there, and prevents delay to their spellcasting. Or create a shield on all allies, which absorbs damage on them. Also, each Penance Bolt extends the duration of Shadow Word Pain and Purge the Wicked. Or I can grab Reduce the cooldown of Power Word Radiance, reduce the cast time of Power Word Radiance, and apply its atonement an additional 10% of its duration. Let's go ahead. So we didn't take Schism, so we're going to avoid the right tree, I think. Let's go ahead and go left and reduce the cooldown of Power Word Radiance more. So there's our level 10 stuff. Actually, not too shabby. We've got some access to a big-ass ability and several ways to improve it. And we also have our basic ability, our basic bread and butter spell, which is Smite, has several buffs to it. Power Word Shield gets better. We have the option to have fairly large AoE cooldowns, a fairly good live cooldown. We also have the ability to make it so that our basic damage spells over here all do things that make us do more damage and make the enemy do less damage. So this is actually pretty solid. In fact, I would go so far as to say this might actually be better than Shadow at this point. I mean, that's a good question, Ganas. Right, you'll notice that the last talent you get is at 70. From 70 and upwards, you get the hero talents. So clearly they have the same thought you and I have already had. How much further can we expand the talent system? Alright, so this is Discipline Priest. Okay, and then we do the little middle tier stuff. So, Purge the Wicked, which replaces Shadow Word Pain. It does radiant damage instead of shadow damage, and spreads to a nearby target when you cast Penance. So our dot becomes something we can spread. Enough said. Rapture. Immediately Power Word Shield your target, and your next 3 Power Word Shields have no cooldown and absorb more damage. So that's just I need my bubbles to be much better. You notice there's a lot of activatables, a lot of square abilities in Discipline, which kind of changes how much you can put on your bar. I'm sorry, this music's kind of driving me a little bit crazy. Yeah, let me play a different song by the exact same composer, which might work out a little bit better. Alright, Purge the Wicked does more damage and spreads to an additional target when doing penance. Yes. So even more spread. You notice we don't actually have any functional AoE down here. So that's our only real AoE at the moment. When I heal with penance, everyone with atonement is healed for 87. That's on top of the atonement heal, by the way. So just spread it around those atonement heals. That buffs Rapture. And atonement also lasts longer. Cool. Increase the damage of Shadowward Pain and Purge the Wicked. Shadowward Covenant increases the... So increase damage and increase spell damage boost. Okay. Over here on the left, Power Word Shield increases your haste, regardless of who you cast it on. Penance fires one additional bolt, which is much more useful than you think it would. Yeah, this is him, Talia. It's really obvious when you get to Auchindoun. Like, most people who get to Auchindoun can't tell it's not Diablo 2 music. Or Atonement heals for more when activated by Shadow. So you notice, again, even if you go down the right side of this tree, it still has healing ability. It's just primarily focused on doing more damage. So let's go ahead. We've got 5 more points to burn here. Let's go ahead and grab... let's go and grab Rapture. And then make the shields even better. And then Penance actually gets another bolt. And let's go and get Powered Shield also increases our haste, and that should be good. Yeah, I'm not a music person, but I don't know what that sense. I actually am a music person, but I don't know the terminology. I don't know the vocabulary, but I could tell you this is the same composer instantly. It's just the style, the approach. It's what I would call meandering music, but there's usually cores of how the music is constructed around itself. It doesn't have typical structure, but it manages to be very atmospheric. He's really good at that. I believe this is Matt Ullman. Don't quote me on that. So Discipline, Priest, Middle. Now, I actually think Discipline Priest Middle is a little bit lackluster compared to Shadow Middle. But still, there's some good stuff here and some good activatables, and there's a good variety of, do you want to really lean on your procs? Do you want to really lean on your cooldowns, or do you really want to lean on doing more damage? We're going to grab this, and we're going to do an experiment, too. We're going to turn on mouse over cast for this, and we're going to see how that feels. So if I do... Okay, hang on. So let's look out our buttons. So we want... hang on. We want Purge the Wicked. That needs to be over here. Powered Radiance. That's our big one. Yep. Rapture. That's our cooldown. Actually, I want that over here. This is a throwaway spell. That's a nuke. This... I think Uthor is correct, and I'm kind of in favor of the idea. There we go, like that. Or no, that goes there, sorry. I think that's everything. I don't need this in the bar at all. Am I missing anything? Yes, Powered Shield, that's very important. Flash Heal, then to be down on 7. And Penance, I knew I was missing something big. What do I want Penance on? Let's put you on 4. And then Mass Res we'll put over here. Oh yeah, by the way, we have Mass Res now. Okay, so that's Discipline. I do apologize for the indulgence. Okay, let's test this really quick. Heal Mr. Red. Okay, so that did not heal Mr. Red. Okay, so let's try healing Mr. Red. That didn't heal Mr. Red. Why is this not healing Mr. Red? That did not bubble. Okay, mouse over isn't working at all. Why is it not working? So, okay. We'll come back to that, I suppose. Oh, sorry, let's get back to the game music. No, I just turned it on 5 seconds ago, Thor. Right there, mouse overcast. I literally just turned it on. So I usually have it off. Because I prefer the macros, because the macros are more reliable, which I just proved 3 seconds ago. Okay, second and final major quest hub. Alright. Naturally, I'm going to immediately get interrupted by text. Of course. It's because he has PvP. Now, that's an interesting statement. Let's test something. Hey, Mr. Red, where are you? I lost you. There you are. You're up. I want to test something, if you don't mind my indulgence. So I actually get an error message if I try to heal him while he's PvP'd. But if I try to do anything else, it just automatically assumes I can't. That's interesting. Okay, so. Quests. Right, let's go turn in this crap. So this is one of our first actual troll towns. Well, they all suck. Naturally.
What you looking for? Later.
I do overall like the sharding system in WoW, because they do some good stuff with it. But I agree with Bragwin, there are times when the game feels lonelier than it actually is. And then, and then you hearth, right? And you go back to Orgrimmar, or you go back to Dornogal, or Veldraken, and it's like, oh, there's hundreds of people here. Right. Cool.
What be on your mind?
Okay.
Spirit.
You don't look like one of my men. Speak your piece.
Beast.
Why didn't you say you had a report from Zora? I've been waiting to hear from him. I sent him out there to give a presence on the eastern border, not sit on his hands. See what he has to say.
Stay away from them.
So that goes to Terrakar.
Careful, man.
That goes. So he's got two go-tos. We're actually ignore him completely. I think this is a good time to give a negative for flow. So let's do that. No, we'll do it for guidance. Guidance is more logical. I should probably do it on the actual BC page, because we're doing this per expansion. So negative. I know everyone hates the fact that I'm just so positive about this game. I apologize so much. Yeah, BC... You complain about Veldraken and Dragonflight's bad guidance. No, it used to be worse. Yeah, we aren't even in the Shadowlands yet. Oh my god. I can't like popular games. It's not allowed. It's not allowed. The only people who want to watch this review are people who want to see me absolutely crap on this game, left and right. So that goes to Nagrand. It's another go-to. I'm just kind of skipping over these. There's two bosses we don't actually need to do.
Hello, man. Spirits be with you, man.
If it makes you feel any better to look at Slaughter, it'll also give a lot of negatives for it. You're welcome, Valerian. I do hate Beloved Classics. It's right there in the name. It's impossible to work with all this infernal buzzing. You hear it? Can't get it out of my head. I know exactly what's making the noise, too. It's those damnable marshlight bleeders. The noise always comes from the south and west of the village. They're too big to swat or crush underfoot or wave away. The only way to stop that unholy droning is to kill them. I don't care how you do it, just quiet them.
Be seeing ya.
Okay, geez Louise.
Hey there.
And this is a fishing quest. I know it's not actually a fishing quest, but we're not going to do that. There's no reason to. There's a lot of no reason to's here, which kind of speaks for itself, I think.
Greetings, man.
If you like mushrooms, man, there'll be a powerful one here in Zangarmarsh, going real close to Zabrajin. You gotta be careful, though, man. Take on it to burst cap for a reason. You get too close to be taking the proper precaution, it'll blow up right in you. Poof! Right like a cloud of toxic spores. I've been using them for reading the omens, but they're almost gone now.
You be careful, man.
Yeah, Huthor likes BFA. It's because he's insane. Yeah, okay. You liking BFA is fine. You thinking BFA is better than Legion, that's insane right there. I can't even begin to fathom that. That's like telling me episode 1 is better than episode 4. I'm sorry. I don't know how to carry on the conversation at that point.
Talk to me.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and do this.
Be careful, man.
The reef believed to be someplace with water after trekking through the waste of the Hellfire Peninsula. I was worried there might not be any respectable fishing holes in Outland. I'm glad I lugged my supplies here. For the most part, the fishing's been good, except for those no-good fin-claw thrashers in the lake. Not only do they scare the fish away, but they're bold enough to snap the bait right off me hook. I spend more time rebaiting than I do catching anything.
Stay away from the voodoo.
Yeah, no, the one I expect that'll actually throw people more than anything else is Warlords. I've said that before and I'll say that again. I think people will be shocked by the quality of Warlords. Okay. I mean, yeah, there are people who think Final Fantasy II is better than Final Fantasy VI. That's not a joke. Okay, so let's go do this. Like, Again, if you like FF2, that's cool. If you like FF2 more than FF6, I don't have the ability to converse with you. Not because I hate you, but because that is so alien, I can't even begin to find a, like a, I can't think of the word. I'm really tired. A throughput, right? Like, I can't think of a way to converse with you at that point. It is too alien. Hey, it actually bubbled him. Holy crap. Common consensus point. That's what I was going for. That still didn't bubble you. Why is this not bubbling you, Mr. Red? Oh. Oh. I mean, you think Classic is better than Legion. And at that point, again, eh. So I think I figured, do me a favor, hold still for just one sec, Mr. Red. Let me make absolutely sure here, okay? So let me try to heal you. Okay, so that didn't heal you. Let me try to bubble you. Okay, so that didn't bubble you. Let me try to heal you. Okay, that didn't heal you. And let me try to bubble you. That didn't bubble you. So, what the hell? Just gonna turn that option off because that is clearly not working at all. It really shouldn't have anything to do with your level. And again, here, let's just pull out one of my macros. The one of the ones I do actually have. Where's my macros? There. So yeah, let's just pull out Flash Heal real quick. And heal you. And heal you. Yep. Sorry, for those of you who can't see my mouse over, what I'm doing is I'm trying to mouse over you manually, like this. And then I'm also mousing over your bar up here in the upper left. So testing both systems. Anyways, let's go kill some Thin Claw Threshers. That is true, Ganas, and I do agree that from a narrative perspective that helps. Yeah, amusingly, Legion's score will probably be better because artifact power doesn't exist anymore. Figure. To be clear, I'm with the majority of people that the AP grind was crap. The only time the AP grind was good was when they threw up their hands and gave up on it and made it so you gained AP at an extremely accelerated rate. And to be clear, I actually thought that was awesome. And I stand by that statement. It probably should have been that way the entire time. But I remember Legion at launch, and oh my god. And yeah, the mission table. They finally gave up on the mission table. Did you notice that? It took them 3 expansions to finally give up on the mission table, but they did it. Titan Forging, I didn't have a front row seat to, for lack of a better way to put that. But yeah. And then let's see, the legendary system. The legendary system. Warlords Legion. Oh, that is 4. I'm sorry. No, you are correct, of course, Mr. Red. What I meant was 3 more expansions, like Legion, BFA, and Shadowlands. But to be communicatively clear, they had 4 expansions of the mission table before they gave up on that. Ooh, lag. Uh-oh. We're here? Okay, cool. Oh, we're done. Yay, they're all dead. Woo, let's get out of here. Yes, let's get out of here. Game. I've actually been thinking about the mission board concept for, honestly, a very long time. On the surface of it, I like the idea, but the problem is, there's only really two realities with the mission board. On the one hand, it's either so basic and non-existent that it's effectively a mobile game, so that sucks. Yes, I realized that it was literally a mobile game for there for a while. Thank you for pointing that out. But on the other hand, if you make it too involved, then it just becomes too much of a grind, especially if it's sufficiently rewarding. I will say the only expansion where I really dug into the mission board was Warlords. And that's because I kind of liked it in Warlords. In Warlords, there were synergies, and there were points behind getting and recruiting certain people, which required you to go out and do things in the world to get them. And they often contain some kind of benefit for doing so. And I don't know, it was a bit of a math equation. That's actually a really good way to put that, Mr. Red. There was some gameplay to it, more involved than later stuff, but it wasn't too much or too little. It was right in that sweet spot. And then Legion came along and was like, oh man, and just threw that completely out the window. I did like the follower concept, the guy who would follow you around while questing in Legion. But like, that's effectively unrelated to that. Gotta need glow caps. Skip over that. And then over in oh, those are still glow caps. By the time I got to BFA, I had mostly mentally checked out of the game entire, so I didn't invest myself too much there. I tried with Shadowlands, I really did. I even got a special add-on just to help me track things with the mission board and Shadowlands, but I was done with it by then. So let's see, what do I use? I use jump, the big dash, the light dash, this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter, and my heal. So yeah, 4 abilities, you are correct. Yeah, I enjoyed recruiting people for my garrison in Warlords. And I enjoyed the fact that you'd see them roaming around your garrison. Shadowlands did have a mission board, yes, it was the last one to have one. I will admit, part of the problem with Warlords mission board is that it was essentially pure garrison. And as we've talked about before, garrisons, the moment you finish the quest chain, kinda sucked. I have not, Claude. Yeah, probably Magister. It wouldn't surprise me. Let's go kill some breeders. Don't read too much into that. That's true. Warlord's mission board was something you really were encouraged to do. Both of them, because there were actually 2. A lot of people forget that. Also, just gonna say it, the Alliance garrison was awesome looking and sounding. Great song, great visuals. I liked that. That was actually my home for quite a while on my Alliance character, Vashj, because it was just that legit. I loved it. But yeah, then there was Legendaries. Legendaries in Legion weren't is the simplest way I'm going to put that. That's how I'm going to phrase that. They weren't legendary. I've always thought that legendaries, this is just my opinion, that legendaries should be approached basically the same way they do relics over in FF14, which makes sense because relics are based off of legendaries. It's a quest chain. It's usually a lore-relevant quest chain. It's almost always specifically related to whatever MSQ is going on for that particular expansion. And as you complete that quest chain, which involves doing raids and all kinds of other fun stuff, when you finally get through it, you're rewarded with this big old piece of gear that is pretty good for the time, but let's be honest with ourselves, the main benefit of it is really cosmetic. Because that legendary piece will be nice for the expansion you're in, and that's good. But it'll be a cool item for the rest of the game. Like, I still have Sulfuros, right? I didn't get a lot of use of that back in the day. But now I've just got this awesome looking mace I can wield whenever I want to. Yeah, I bothered to get Azenot's glaives on my warrior. Of course, Beginners didn't exist yet. Anyways, you get the point. So my point being that having legendaries be these random drop bull craps that are trinkets or rings or boots, so they don't really have a lot of the cosmetic thing going for them. So the moment you leave Legion, they just go into your bank or you sell them. I am not in a guild. I cannot invite you. I'm not in a guild. Holy crap. Yeah, no, it's ridiculous, Uthor. They really dropped the ball on legendary design. I'm sorry, that's my guild, Czar. If you're asking what it means, that's actually a lot more complicated of an answer. Let's just say that this was the guild I created when I went off to be alone, quit the game, and then eventually commit suicide. Generally speaking, yes, Lucas Slaughter. Obviously, well, hang on, let me rewind that sentence a little bit. Because that's actually a really good question, which I plan to bring to the table, for lack of a better way to put that, when we get to the point where those difficulties exist, which we won't be doing until Wrath for obvious reasons. You know, back here, there's no difficulty, there's just the raid. So, to be determined is the more accurate answer there.
Talk to me. Stay away.
I thought so. I can hear the difference already. I'll finally be able to get back to work, thanks to you. If you ever find yourself in need of trade skill supplies, don't forget old Kambarinka.
Spirits be with
The damp atmosphere requires me to go do another EXO. There's a lot of XOY quests. My goodness. We're going to skip over that one, too. Screw that nonsense.
Don't be shy.
I can't wait to return to fishing. I'll be able to return to town with some real fish in my pocket. And Gumbarika won't be able to make fun of me anymore. But you've dealt with the most of the little Hydra, but I doubt he was impressed by your display. He's a cunning, ferocious beast. He's dogged many an angler in his time. I intend to be the last one to ever bother. He's bound to be hiding deep in the waters of the Serpent Lake. He's a has-been. You just don't know it yet.
Bye-bye now. Okay, do.
I wasn't a big fan of Uldir. There are a couple of fights in there that I did legitimately like, but like overall, Uldir was endemic of a lot of BFA stuff. It lacked polish.
spirits be with you, man.
This marsh be missing one thing, man. There's no murlocs here. Don't you worry, man. Got a plan to fix the problem. See Gargle and Gurgle over there? I plan to give them murlocs to the lost ones. Take this cage with you to the Daggerfen. Release them in the northeast village of huts. Now you know I can't be risking them with you, but I give you a cage full of colorful young murlocs. Just sit in the rock and open the door.
Stay away from the voodoo.
I actually liked Emerald Nightmare, but I'm probably the weirdo on that one. And I can accept that. Would you want to spread murlocs? Yeah, let's release an invasive and sentient species to a biome that doesn't have it. How would you do that? Okay. Look at this guy. Yeah, we're officially the bad guys, everyone. Sorry, that's just where we're at. Sorry, everyone. Pack it up. Go home. We're the bad guys. Favorite vanilla dungeon? Let me think about that for a second. I really need to fix that. Mr. Ed, you probably would unironically enjoy vanilla Sunken Temple. Not classic Sunken Temple. That is a map. Vanilla Sunken Temple before they added a map to that place. There we go. That sounds like an insult. Because it is. No, I'm joking. Yeah. Anyways. Well, admittedly, I have yet to be in a dungeon in Classic. I assumed they added the maps back in because they're there, you know. But the maps exist now. Up here. Let's see. Favorite dungeon in vanilla. So there's actually two I'm bouncing back and forth between. And those are Strafholm and Sholomance. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, of course, it's the friggin' ones with the undead. But actually, no. It was just because those were some of the more fun dungeons to peruse and push through. And they were fairly lucrative, relatively speaking, for the time. Obviously, there was actually a slightly more lucrative dungeon. That would be Dire Maul. But, I hated Dire Maul. Be free, my little Murlocs. Be free! I know what you're thinking. Why would you ever hate Dire Maul? This is purely presumptive. But the way I would describe Dire Maul for someone who hasn't done it is, imagine someone who really wants to make a Wrath-era dungeon, but has no idea how to do that. That's Dire Maul. Like, it's just, you could tell the ideas were there, and it was a patch dungeon, so that makes sense. They were pushing, they were trying to experiment with what they did with their dungeon design. But oh my god, Dire Maul is way too big, and its trash design is all over the place, and its boss design is all over its place. And it's very in and out and all over. And oh my god, don't even get me started about Tribute. Like, Tribute was a good idea, but...
You be careful, man.
I'm sure the old boy must have seen his days coming to an end. With all these new arrival, the old order couldn't stand. Just as well, his spirit rests now.
Okay. Be seeing ya.
I've caught every kind of fish that lives in the marsh, but there's one that eludes me. Sure, I've caught eels and merdfin frenzies, but the last time I was out on one of the islands, I'd hooked a giant bog strop that snapped me line and got away. Terraclaw he's called, and I won't rest till he's dead. He's too big for a fisherman to catch, so we'll just have to kill him the old-fashioned way.
Bye-bye now.
I do think BRD is up there, but I do have to add an asterisk to that. Because BRD... The thing that people in chat probably liked about BRD is one of the downsides of the fact that it exists. And that is the gargantuan navigation awfulness of it, for lack of a better way to put it, right? Now, I knew my way through BRD. I have a good sense of direction, and I was usually the guide for other people in other groups. But imagine you don't. Imagine you don't know where you're going in BRD. Imagine you don't know what you're doing in BRD. Like, that was the first mega dungeon, technically the first raid for a reason. That BRD was gargantuan. And looped in and out of itself in ways that didn't always make tons of sense. There are many, many, many routes to get through BRD, pretty much up until you get to the bar. And a lot of those dovetail in and of each other and may lead to backtracking if you're not keeping track of where you're going. Having said that, though, there was a lot of variety to BRD. There was a lot of decent design to it, a lot of visual storytelling, you know. And it really did feel like a frickin' city. Whoop, 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 whoop. And that was to its benefit.
How are ya?
They say every fisherman has a story of the one that got away, but I haven't met a creature I couldn't beat one way or the other.
Stay away from the voodoo.
Yeah, lava run. Jesus. When they first added Dark Irons, I was a little bit excited, foolishly, that they would actually add, you know, BRD as a city. Silly me. Instead, it's more like BRD as a room. Okay. One more responding to texts. Yeah, Ubris is funny because Ubris is the hard one, but anybody can navigate Ubris. It's essentially a linear line. Lobris was another city. Like, have fun. Figure it out. Nope. Dude, Suramar is unironically one of the best cities in the game. And that's funny because in gameplay terms, it's not a city. Like, it's not what you would consider a playable city, like, say, Dazar'alor is, or even Dalaran. But in terms of, like, architecture and design and layout and, like, actually having districts and the visual design thing, Suramar is going to absolutely destroy on the visual storytelling side of things because there's just so much good design there. It's actually insane. Like, we're probably going to have to break down Suramar by district in order to properly review that place.
I am honored.
Pay no mind to Buddy. He won't hurt you and you just like to scratch down again. He's just a big, lovable kitty. Aren't you? Yes, you are, you cute little thing. Your mommy's little baby. That's what you are. Why are you out here? All things in nature exist in an interconnected web, an ecology. If we're careful to not disturb it and simply observe, we may be fortunate to piece together the complex relationship between diverse organisms around us. Once we have an understanding, we can take an appropriate action to ensure the well-being of all creatures. Interfere without knowledge and will cause destruction. I'm here to observe the complex interactions between the sporlings and the boglords.
Go in peace. May the stars
So,
guide you.
there's so much to do, and I need to stay here and organize it all. I hope you're ready to get your hands dirty.
Illumined like your
We need to learn all we can of the sporlings at Sporagar and how they're just a really frustrating rep grind. One way to do that is what I'm doing. Passive observation while making note of their interactions. I need you to head over to the spawning glen, investigate the area, tell me what you see.
goddess watch over you.
Okay, I can do that. Do you mind explaining why, Uthor? Yeah, I'm not a fan of Shareth. I have never been a fan of Shareth. I will never be a fan of Shareth. You there! You must help us. The fungal giants are devouring our spore sacs. You must do something or we'll lose our young. The spore sacs start out large and become smaller as the air inside them is depleted. Look for the small, mature sacs and save as many as you can. Us sporlings and the boglords have never gotten along well, but in the past we managed to keep them at bay with spears and stones. Lately, however, they're much more aggressive, or desperate. They don't fear us or our weapons. You are much scarier and better armed than us. Yes, we are. If you were to fight the boglords for us, we'd be forever in your debt. Please bring me their tendrils. What's wrong with Shareth? Yes. That's true. We've yet to go to space. Here's that buff. That's penance. I mean, at this point, if I said that I really love ice cream, I expect you to say, God, I hate that ice cream. I'm not sure why your voice turns into Yosemite Sam for that, but, you know, that's your preference. I'm not here to judge. So while we're grinding here, I've been thinking about something you were saying, Lunaruth, because I realized that I was approaching your question earlier about FF14 Mobile from the perspective of hopeless despair, and I thought maybe to approach it from a more linear, all right, let's just think about this like from a Star Trek perspective, right? And I've been thinking about it. I actually really like the idea of a game being ported onto different consoles, even if one of those consoles happens to be mobile. I've been very pro-good ports, emphasis on the word good, for most of my gaming career. Ever since probably the Mario games came out on the fricking SNES, and that was a while ago. So, the thing that was sticking in the back of my head, I was wondering if you had any thoughts on this, was how the hell do we make those players... I guess more like, do we make those players have the ability to interact with other players? Because I can't believe those are tradable. Thank you, Mr. Ed. That's hilarious. Because you're playing on a phone, right? Like, imagine doing Savage X Death or whatever, and one of your players is a mobile player. Ignoring the obvious technical issues that's going to get in the way there, the fact of the matter is that is just going to breed elitism no matter what. So my thought was we section them off into their own universe, right? Yeah, they have their own separate category of things. But I'm not sure if that would really work, because the thing I'm worried about at that point is if we section them off too much, will there be a sufficient player base to play the game? You know, will there be a player ecosystem if only mobile players see other mobile players? And I don't really have an answer to that one. This quest is great. Some of these. I do like the visual distinction. It's always nice. So the way the game works now, Valvedrix, is a little bit weird. You can play up to level 20 for free, but you don't get booted when you hit level 20. Instead, you just stop... Yeah, me too, Mr. Ed. You just stop gaining experience at level 20, right? In fact, all of the experience you do gain after level 20 is kind of reserved in case you ever sub. So, hypothetically, if you played your level 20 character up until they would be 60, and then you sub, they're instantly level 60. That's it. That's the free trial of WoW right now. There are some other restrictions, but most of that shouldn't matter for a typical player, because those are just there to prevent bots from being bots. Yeah, you get... That's actually a great way to put that, Shadowman. You get an experience escrow. That's a relatively new feature, by the way, but I'm in favor of it. What the... Okay, sorry. And done. This is probably one of the fastest I've ever done these, but then again, I did have multiple people helping me, so thanks for that. The same sub thing, that... I'm not sure if that's how I'd do that. What? Oh, I don't think I have any spares? Hang on. Any spares? Oh, okay, sure. I'll accept that. I'm not doing the rep grind, I swear. Interesting. So Huthor doesn't like how Dalaran looks, the layout of it, or the music. Huthor, would it surprise you to know I plan to give all three of those things positives? Maybe not in Wrath, though. As weird as it sounds, I much prefer Dalaran from Legion. Because anybody who's ever done graphics design will look at Dalaran in Legion and see that, yeah, it looks the same, but no, it totally isn't. They'd added a lot of additional details and polish to Dalaran and Legion. Like, it's actually still one of my favorite capital cities. Okay. Sparling Sex, did you get them? Thank you, you have my people's thanks. I hope you understand, this is where our young come from. We can't let these beasts devour our sacks. And there's a repeatable for rep, and then there's a repeatable for rep. We're not doing either of those for extremely obvious reasons, but we do have a quest to go to Sporagar. You're a kind blood elf. Not like the others I've met. Yes, that's funny. You should meet the rest of my people. They'll be very grateful for your help. Here, take these sacks to my leader. You'll find him in Sporagar. Okay. And yeah, the rest of those are rep grinds. Rep grinds! Don't worry, we'll be giving negatives for basically every rep grind in the entire game. Because they all suck. How many negatives? That's the debatable part. You came here for the positives, but you'll only need the negatives in the WoW review run. You have something to show me? Well, you've helped protect the next generation of sporelings. We can only repay you by welcoming you into our homes. Stay for a bit, meet with the others. They'll have many questions. I hope you don't mind. Life... so, then there's a quest to do the rep grind. No. Yes, these are the sporelings. They're cute. They also are pretty much at the very bottom of the food chain here. So that's not cool. What are rep grinds for anyways? Repeatable content. Yep, okay, so that's actually it. Moving on. Let's see. So now we turn in that, and then we turn in that. Okay, so let's go do it in. Let's go turn in this. Yeah, no, Sporagar is not a particularly good rep. And it's kind of arduous. Like, it's... I don't know, maybe that's just me, and I tend to be anti-grind in general, but the rep grind of Sporagar is running around gathering things, or go mashing the dungeons over and over. What do you get for high... Okay. So most reputations give you either gear that's relevant at the level. How relevant that is depends. A lot of them tend to give you pets, transmog abilities, transmog unlocks, excuse me. Some of them give mounts. Almost all of them give tabards. And some of them give toys, and that's kind of it. It's mostly cosmetic stuff, but occasionally you can get gear from those kind of things.
Relax. Be seen.
Speaking of, that is an upgrade. We'll grab that. Okay, let's go help her with her spore problem. Yeah, Sporagar gave this shield that I don't remember how it worked, but it would do it like on block. It would make a dot happen or something like that, which I did have. Excellent Bregman. Wait, toenail clippers into the garbage disposal? Jesus Christ. Agreed, Blade to Ball. It's pretty much there for cosmetic-y stuff. Trust me, if grep grinds were mandatory for something, oh my god. This is a good time to mention that originally grep grinds were mandatory for several things. We'll talk about that when we come to Pandaria, and when we get... Oh my god, glass. Oh my god, that's so dangerous. When we get to Pandaria, and when we get to Dragonflight. So just remember that for later, Blitzball. I know you won't, but it's okay, I will.
Illusion be with you.
What? The Boglords are eating the Sporling's pods? This isn't good.
A sharp
I was wondering why the Boglords are crossing the road. They must be starving for some reason. This won't do. I mean, normally I wouldn't get involved, but if you're going to eat the Sporling pods, they'll wipe them out. Okay, here's what we do. I'll stay here, you head to the ridge, and try to find some clues as to why they're raiding them. Okay. We have to go get discarded nutrient. Yes, this is our second poop joke, or poop quest. No, it still isn't funny. So, can I say something really, really quick? So, you see that outline there, right? The discarded nutriment, the poop. Like, there's one over there, right over there. Do you see that? Extremely easy to see, even from a distance. I don't remember when they did it. I feel like it was Warlords, but they added that glow effect. It's also toggleable, by the way. They added that glow effect around quest items. And thank God for that, because these specific items, along with many others in the game, were practically invisible at level. Like, when we did BC, good luck seeing this little bit of light blue and dark blue amongst the blue and light blue. This isn't even the worst example of that. This is just one of the many examples of how absolutely frustrating it was to actually see quest items on the ground. Oh yeah, speaking of which, Lotro did that first, as usual. Lotro really was, like... I bash Lotro a lot, and I stand by that. But it really does need to be mentioned how much of an innovator Lotro was, because holy crap did Lotro invent a lot of quality of life features for MMOs. The only reason Lotro didn't invent dailies is because EverQuest exists. For those of you not aware, most quests were just on a timer back in the day. They weren't really dailies, but they were like proto-dailies. You know, you could do this quest every 3 days. You could do this quest every week. You know, stuff like that. Why would you do a quest multiple times in a game like EverQuest or Asheron's Call? Well, usually quests gave nice big chunks of experience, but also usually a chance for loot, like a key. There's a specific quest in Asheron's Call we used to do about once a month because it gave you a key, and that key could access a random chest. And that chest could contain some nice loot. God, that sounds so banal when I say that out loud. Why'd you go do this arduous quest once a month? Well, because it gave me a chance to get some loot. Why did I ever play these games? I mean, I've already answered that question. On camera, even. It was better than the alternative. Yeah. So that's actually a good question, Lunarov. The problem is... people are really, really, really bad with money. I'm sure you've heard the oft-quoted quote about the stupid Star-Spangled Mountain in this game. Let me give you a slightly more relevant and modern thing. You know how much money that stupid Brutosaur's made? I'm just going to skip ahead. A lot. Now, let me ask you something. While WoW will continue to draw in subs for a long time, and that's a good thing, which do you think made more money? The mount or the WoW subs? Now, I know what you're saying. Well, eventually the WoW subs will overtake it. Yeah, but we've reached a point in gaming as a concept where doing some predatory microtransaction bullcrap will sell so well that the long-term...
Are you still talking about Final Fantasy Mobile?
No. Or rather, yes. Will sell so well to such an extent that it effectively never actually gets to the point of catching itself up.
Doesn't do the thing I thought.
Now, there is actually a variance to
Read.
that. I can't read that yet.
I've ended the thing. Read.
But I'm in the middle of talking.
Read.
Be sure that you collect any and all evidence of carefully, priest.
I solved the problem.
We're fitting the pieces. Look, Lunarith was trying to ask you. Lunarith was trying to ask me a question that basically boils down to, why are executives stupid? I'm trying to answer that question.
Because they want to make money and that's all they care about. They care about making their investors happy, not making the populace happy.
And they are stupid, to be
End
very
of
clear.
Statement.
Yeah, exactly, Recker's-Beard. It's ridiculous. The scale of how much bullcrap money predatory practices make is on
Mr. Red?
such a level.
Mr. Red, I need you to smack yourself upside the back of the head, please.
Just real quick, just a light one. So, please don't whip me. No, I sit down! Be sure that you collect all the evidence carefully, please. We're fitting the pieces of a giant puzzle together here. A mistake on your part could lead to the wrong conclusion. And then where would we be?
It's hot down here now.
I turned on the AC even. Because I agree, it was actually getting too warm then.
Yeah, but I was cold earlier.
I'm sorry.
It's because I have a fever.
I can tell.
Yeah.
This is what you found?
No, stop. Leftovers. And go.
That's odd. These husk mushroom... Thank you for telling me. These husk mushroom remains are both unusual and somehow look familiar. I have to think on this moment. Don't go anywhere. That's it. I knew I had seen a particular phylum of mushrooms somewhere else in the marsh. To the north is a place known as the Hewn Bog. It's an odd name for a place. Bye. If you ask me, but I've never been there. I need samples of those mushrooms. Just be careful. I've heard ogres have moved in.
Goddess, watch over
It's
you.
not toothpaste.
What? Oh, yeah, no, that is not toothpaste. That is correct.
I was getting ready to laugh at you
Look, I need it accessible.
for buying a giant
Look,
box
you don't
of
understand, okay?
toothpaste.
You don't understand. I need this. I need this.
Why do you have the girl's toothpaste?
Where?
Okay, it's not toothpaste. That's fine.
I was gonna say what? No, that's the anti-itch
I mean,
cream.
the answer to that question would have been because one of them brought it down.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Oral hygiene is important. That's true. She's just seeing toothpaste everywhere. It's not there. I think she's flipping out, guys. I think the fever's messing with her. So, Lunera says, if they were smart, do mobile's games make so much more money that long-term doesn't matter? Yeah. The harsh reality is that right now, if you somehow make something like a Brutosaur, or the level skip, or that stupid glowing horse, or whatever, you will make more money on that to the point where the other thing doesn't matter. If all you care about is money. Now, I know that sounds strange to phrase it that way, because, do you mind if I rant just a little bit? See, here's the thing. Most executives and investors and holding companies and C blank O's all care about more money now. Whoa, I need to... right, I need to fix that option. Sorry. I actually even know it's doing that. Yeah, no, I have talked about this for literally over a decade now. The problem of the quarterly return is at the heart of almost every major problem we have as a species. Not all of them, of course. But so many things can be pulled all the way back to the problem of the quarterly return. Is it shadow detail, I want to say? No, it should be... where's water? It's water detail. I don't see water detail, so now I'm confused. Which one of these is water detail? Did they change this on me? Liquid detail. There we go. Let's push this down to, I think it's fair is what I want. That should do it. Nope, that didn't get rid of it. Oh, that's... Oh, no, that did get rid of it. Never mind. Okay, we're cool. We're cool. And that drive towards ever-increasing, ever-escalating profits is bad on basically every level. Yes, my dear sister?
I think I'm dying.
Please don't die.
No, I need you to ask me why.
My dearest sister, why are you dying?
I opened up a can of Coke and I took a drink of it and I didn't like it.
Alright, everyone, this is a family emergency. I need to fix my sister. With the M!
I will eat the M.
No! You're not allowed to. Making sure it's still in there. Your eldest tried to eat the M, and I had to... No! No! Give me the M back! I'm gonna have to disinfect this later now. I don't even have a place to put this now.
Redo.
Okay, that works. Sorry, really quick, for those of you who don't understand...
But the M will cure me.
When we went to do Halloween recently...
Do you know what probably the most annoying part of Classic is right now? AoE loot.
Yeah.
I have auto loot on.
Yeah.
Click. Click.
Yep. Yep.
Click.
Seconds in minutes.
Click.
Right there.
Click.
That is the definition. If you remember, every
Click.
time someone asks me what seconds and minutes means, I point to that as the example, because it's one of the most easily understandable examples out there.
I mean, at least there's auto loot.
Yeah.
So I don't have to click, 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 click.
If it didn't, it needs to
Click,
Crummark, because
click,
I
click,
agree
click.
with that completely.
Click, 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 click.
I mean, I remember manually looting, because I played Asheron's Call.
Classic Plus.
Like, you don't understand. In most enemies, like this guy, he just dropped 4 things, right? In Asheron's Call, most enemies drop closer to 10. So I want you to imagine you go down, you got the loot table. It's like, okay, what's this?
Click, 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 click.
Okay,
I'm out of bag space.
Hang on, I don't want that. Let me check this
Fuck,
one.
I can't get these 2 things. I'm out of bag space.
Okay, let's check. What about this one? Nope. Okay, I want this one for an alt, so I'll grab that piece of item. Okay,
No,
next one.
you're out of bag space.
Damn it.
Then you open your bags and all right, so
Okay, I need to pull this onto 1 mule. No, you got
okay,
mules
that only
because
sells,
there's no such thing as a
that only
bank.
sells for 37 copper.
They had invented
But that
banks yet.
stack, that sells for 1 silver each, and those sell for 37 copper each. But I have 99 of those, so I guess I'm gonna get rid of this one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I've got that one. Oh, fuck, I want that too. Let's do it again. And you're only 2 bosses into the dungeon.
Yeah.
I haven't got a bag.
I mean, look at my inventory space. I'm on retail, and look at my inventory space.
I don't even have that. Please unsort your bags for a second.
There you go.
I have smaller than this.
Although, while we're here, you know what else I could do on retail? Hey, look, a vendor.
Many lucky
Downfall.
dudes.
That was just...
Oh my god, what?
Let's get rid of
Have you
that.
even gone to the bag vendor yet?
No, and I'm not going to.
That's why you're still running around with your...
It's a review.
Yeah, but the bag vendor is a thing that exists.
So-
I'm not saying go to the auction house and buy bags. I'm saying go to the bag vendor. You can at least get like 10 slot bags from there.
Where is the bag vendor in BC?
In the capital city.
Which is...
The Orgrimmar that doesn't exist anymore.
It's actually Shatrith. But the funny thing is we haven't been to Shatrith yet because we haven't gotten there yet in terms of vectoring.
That's not the capital city I meant.
Oh.
I meant your faction city.
Oh, Silverboon? I don't even remember if they have bags.
They do. It's at the flight path. The flight path right outside Silvermoon.
Oh, yeah. No, I actually do know what you're talking about.
I don't know that he sells bags that are any better than the ones you have, though.
They do have 14 slot
you
bags.
can buy a
right
bag
there.
off of your vendor.
Yep. I'm still not going to do it, though, because I really do
You
want to
wouldn't
see.
have that.
No, I'm really curious. Like, obviously, we're reviewing the game now, and I do have access to a lot of things, but I'm really curious. I'm very curious how
Very hot.
exactly
I don't know why I put pants on.
this is going to feel, to deliberately... Because I have bags. In fact, if I could be so bold for a second, let me just pull up my Warbound bank here.
Which doesn't exist.
Nope. I've got, like, 34 slaughter and a 34 slaughter right there if I just wanted to. And those are just leftover because I just had no use for those. Right? Like, it would be extremely easy for me to get a bunch of bags and just
You can
dump them
buy
in
more
here.
tabs.
Yeah. I just haven't needed them yet. I mean, look how empty it is, right?
I didn't know you could do that. How many tabs can you buy? You have 500,000 gold in your Warbound bank?
Yeah.
I didn't even know you could put gold in there.
Yeah. It's great for quickly and easily having a gold accessible for alts. By the way, you can put gold in your Warbound bank. Please do the quest that unlocks this. It's worth it. This is a great feature.
I don't know where the quest that unlocks it is.
I have no idea. I've given a positive. Yep. Cool. Oh yeah, and obviously I can sub it on the fly. Like that.
Yeah, but there is a cooldown on it. 2 hours.
2 hours. Though what's really strange is when it first came out, it said it's reduced by how many other people you have it doing it. But that you notice that tooltip doesn't exist anymore, and I don't think it ever has done that. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about that.
Have you used your map thing yet?
No, and I'm not going to for the same reason.
You should when you get done with the character.
Because like then I can see.
So they
stuff
can
like
watch the spam of
this.
achievements.
Oh God, yeah, I should.
This feels nice.
Anyways, yeah, no, you can also craft from your war bank, and you can craft from your reagent bank. Thank you,
have a
game.
reagent bank?
Yeah. You know, okay. No, that's a great.
Do you know how many times I've been to my bank since War Within came out? Since I came back to the game, I went to my bank when I came back to the game and deposited all of my shit in there. And I don't think I've been back. No, I went back at the beginning of War Within and deposited all of my shit in there.
Yep. Yeah.
Because I have this much inventory.
Mm-hmm.
I carry a bank on my back.
Yeah.
It's a very big backpack.
Yep. It's got a chicken, if I remember correctly.
That character does not have a very big backpack.
What?
That character has this much backpack. Because I do not have random bags in my thingy.
Should there be a negative for games that don't have a way to search for quest lines and rewards they give? So I'm going to say no automatically, and I'm going to explain why. Name a game, single player or MMO, that allows you to search for quests in the game and tell you what those rewards are.
Not even this one.
No. And this game has really good features for that.
Can
For
you
example,
hit the X on that, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Because, for example, if I wanted to see what drops a specific boss has for a specific difficulty, for a specific spec, I can see that. That's a fairly large amount of info in game. This is above and beyond what everything else does.
It is noteworthy that I'm not entirely certain how they decide what specifically is for disc versus what is for holy versus what is for
I don't think
shadow.
they care in this exact case. I think that's more for example, if I'm a warrior and
Or
if I am
paladin would be a
proc,
better.
or fury. Yeah,
Paladin would be a better.
And yeah, paladin is
example.
another one because paladin has all three, and druid would be another one.
Although I think both paladin specs are strength based. The DPS and the tank.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that would be the case because that's the same with druid, where both of them are agi based.
Should that be a feature game should have? If you're asking, do I approve of Wowhead being in the game? The answer is a fundamental and very firm yes.
Wowhead should be in the game.
Yeah.
How would they do that? Wowhead's not WoW.
So, oh hey, here's my
Yeah,
Wowhead.
but Wowhead's not
Let's see.
WoW.
I'm going to search for. Here we go. I'm going to search for the quest that does this thing.
Bye. I don't want to eat.
Uh-uh.
I don't want any of the leftovers.
Thank you, Timanash, as always. We actually don't have a huge amount of leftovers. Thank you, sis, for also bowing.
I came in bow.
I appreciate it. Timanash 3. Whoop.
Do you like my impromptu crop top because it's hot?
No, that works perfectly.
Yep.
Wrath of the Righteous and Alan Wake. You got it.
I figured that was better than taking my pants off.
I appreciate you not taking your pants off in front of me and, separate from that, in front of my stream.
I might get you more viewers.
That is true. I don't want those people on my stream.
It would give the devs something to do.
That's also true. Another thing I don't particularly want to deal with.
Go turn in quest.
No,
Why?
because I'm not done answering Lunaruth. We're stalled here. So, Lord, how'd you get banned on Twitch? Well, you see... Yeah, we're doing the hot tub stream live. Well, I guess that's baked into that.
The hot tub people didn't get banned, though, did they?
It's more of a gray area than you'd think.
Because, like, there's a whole lot of Twitch streamers on there that are, like, bikini streaming.
Oh, that's just such an epidemic. Elcano's buff bars. I'm typing it out so you can see how it's spelled, Magister. I highly recommend it. It is... I've been in love with Elcano since I first discovered it. It's that one right there.
Oh, it's hot.
Elcano's buff bars. Honestly, I consider Elcano's to be one of those mandatory add-ons. I'm not doing it because review, because I can live without it, but Elcano's, Bartender, and Z-Pearl are the three I would consider absolutely mandatory.
Not decurse.
And decursive. Speaking of which, thank you for reminding me. I've been meaning to do this for like 50 years now.
Add-ons.
Nope. It's not even there. So what I need
Alt.
now... Hang on.
It's alt-click to move it.
Alt-right-click. There we go.
Oh, to get the settings?
Yep. So what I want is to turn off audio. And I don't remember where that is. It's been a long time. There it is. Play sound. Boop. There we go. We're good. That's all I wanted to do was turn off the audio indicator.
But the audio indicator is how I know that you're dying.
But I don't need that. Hey, we have a full group. Cool. That's going to be great for when we do Underbog in 7 years when I finish talking to Lunaruth. I'm never going to do this. We're just stuck here forever. I have actually reached the point where I've forgotten what Lunaruth was even asking. I mean, I know what it was about. And I was in the mid-rant.
You were supposed to come play... Classic with me.
Yura was like, I'd rather die. She's mean like that. I blame her.
That's me. That's me. I'm the ADHD component of the stream. Although in this case, it's not me.
Well, no, I know what I was talking
It's
about.
Lunaruth.
I've just forgotten what Lunaruth was asking. And I don't mean that as an insult. I legitimately have lost that thread.
I think I'm level 7.
Then do it, Valerian. I also have another question I'm waiting to answer. That's from Mr. Red. And Spartan has suggested positive negatives. That's also in the mental queue.
This weird person can keep a list in his head.
I am kind
He
of
doesn't
weird.
go
yeah.
on to the second thing and then completely forget the first thing exists.
I am kind of weird. I'm going to admit that.
Did you know that when he completes a task, it makes him feel good about himself so that he can easily then move on and start and finish a next task? And it just cycles like that. And he has this like snowball effect of like productivity.
Mm-hmm. You know that week I took off to help get the house ready for moving? I got a lot done that week. In fairness, so did she. But like...
Only because he was dragging me 100% of the way. He was like, come on, Zen.
I need you to look at this. I need you to tell me what I'm doing with this.
Literally, there were times where he would walk in the room because I had run out of the go juice, and he would just hold something up in front of my face from the doorway and be like, what do I do with this?
I can do stuff, but I can't make executive decisions because I don't want to just throw away their stuff, right? It's okay. I threw away about 2 carfuls worth of stuff.
We didn't throw it away. We took it to Goodwill.
No. Just trash. You remember how they wouldn't even take it that first week? And so we had to slowly put trash bags into the trash over weeks.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Then there's the carfuls, plural, of stuff that went to Goodwill.
I think there were 3.
If every now and again I question if I got anything done, and then I look at that room, and I see how empty it is, and I remember that used to be full. And so the total mass of stuff in the house has been reduced by that room.
We're going to have to do it again.
I know.
I would say we could do it this week, but it's going to take you all week to get through this quest. Lunareth, what question did you ask him?
What? Yeah, Maverick bought a Brutosaur, by the way.
How could you spend $99 on that?
I think it was only 90.
How could you spend $90 on that? You really need to smack yourself upside the back of the head.
Here, I'll do the smack, ready?
That was the front of the head.
He's a little too high for me to get to the back. He's a troll. Yeah, I can't even reach him. Yeah, no, I give up.
No, you need to get on your mount. No, you're a mage. Get on your mount, angle yourself. You're not a mage, you're a priest. Angle yourself, and then levitate into him.
Yeah, that might work. Go get food.
Lunareth.
She already answered. Go get food.
No, she didn't.
No, she said she's having a I have no self-esteem moment.
Lunareth, you're being dumb. Dumb translates to your brain is being stupid. Just ask the question.
She doesn't literally mean you're dumb, is what she's saying.
Yeah.
She would never actually say something like that.
No. Your dumb is code word for your brain is being stupid. It works very well on this one. I've used it for years.
It is an old standby.
It took him like, what, 3 years to get to the point where
took a minute,
you
yeah.
weren't like, I'm not dumb though. I'm like, that's not the point. You're being dumb. But I'm not dumb. I have trained him very well. I'm sorry.
Please go get food.
I'm not hungry.
Then please stop interrupting so I can go through my queue.
I can't promise that.
I know.
Mr. Red, I think, or Maverick, I think Mr. Red has a request.
What's really sad? No, he already did it. What's really sad is it is actually pretty cool looking.
And you can buy it in game without using real money.
It's just gonna be a grind.
Yeah.
It also is gonna take a minute.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Bye. I hope at least some of you are enjoying the WoW review. Such as it is. For those of you who've seen the WoW lore run, this probably seems familiar. This is getting more into philosophy than anything else, and Riker's Beard is correct with something he said earlier. But the reality of the situation is that the problem with the quarterly return is people are more interested in trying to squeeze as much short-term money as they can out of the situation, rather than simply trying to make money. If I can explain that briefly. I want you to imagine for a moment that you are a company. Congrats! You have made money with whatever it is you're doing. It doesn't matter what you're doing. It doesn't. You have net profited. Yay! You get to buy some stuff, maybe you can reinvest some of that into the business, but you know what you could do? You could try to squeeze a little bit more money out of that, and then squeeze more money, and then squeeze more money, and then the company starts having issues, and people get fired, and a lot of very real, very tangible individuals who matter, because they are people, suddenly have a very bad time of their life. But that's okay, because you squeezed a little bit more money of it, and you decided to quit, and moved on to the next thing. And you're working in another company now. And you know, that company just made money. Isn't that great? But now you could squeeze it. And that's the problem with the quarterly return in a nutshell. In my opinion, and I know this is naive, but the real fundamental problem at the core of all of this is straight up greed. It's the fact that making money isn't enough. Profitable games, profitable companies, profitable movies, profitable everything is no longer sufficient and hasn't been ever since the Keynesian economic model came into existence, which was a while ago, by the way. And it's just been expanding exponentially ever since. Yeah, profit always go up is a very cancerous ideology and literally poisonous to individuals, to companies, to economies, to societies, to nations. There are countries that have been damaged by this philosophy, many countries, including the one I live in, to be perfectly frank. And it's something that has only ever been continuing to escalate, and will only continue to escalate until finally it hits a point where people push back at it. Just like every other cancerous ideology that's been existed in human society. And yeah, no, exactly, Huthor. That's exactly the problem. Now, Rant off? Yeah, don't even get me started about deregulating the banks. That was one of the dumbest things. We once had a concept called invented wealth. We still have that concept, but like there was a time when invented wealth was invented. And if you don't understand what invented wealth is, it's effectively, think about money as a measuring stick for how much strength your economy has. People, raw materials, and work, right? Like people who can do services or processing, stuff like that, right? That's your measuring stick for how big your economy is. So this is the size of your economy. Invented wealth increases the amount of currency, the amount of specie in that economy, but doesn't actually change the size of the actual economy. It hasn't moved. Invented wealth is extremely dangerous and has been a problem for literal centuries at this point. I don't even want to get freaking Jackson. Yeah, I know, right, Wrecker's Beard? Can you believe? So, Linnarith asks, if CEOs cared only about making the most money, but unlike in real life, they didn't mind... Come on. They didn't mind if short-term or long-term, they just wanted the most money. Is it smarter for them to do a MOBAGE model or a sub-model? And what about how the auction house mounts still... Okay, so it's 2 questions. Pause. Let's answer that first question. Harsh reality land is that, hypothetically speaking, if you go for the immediate thing, like the Brutosaur mount, I saw you mention this earlier, that's only going to work if you have a pre-existing player base. And that's the wonderful trap about mobile gaming in general. Mobile gaming is a very, 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 very flooded market. There are thousands upon thousands upon thousands of mobile games out there. So you are rolling the dice on getting enough players who are sufficiently addicted and have enough expendable income in order to be able to then get onto your game and then give you your money. Now, if you successfully roll the dice and win, you are going to make more money by being a predatory jackass. That is a proven mathematical fact, because I don't know why. Because people don't understand how to manage their own money, and because the economy is a mess. Basic economic principles should be taught in school. I'm sorry, they should. But you can see how that's a gamble, right? It is a much safer bet to go and try to go and have some kind of long-term sustainable income. Funnily enough, Blizzard themselves actually pushed this with WoW for a long time, and it wasn't until Bobby Kotick got involved that they really started drifting on that. I don't want to get too much into the topic, but the point is, whenever you have a thing where someone says, why don't we do this horrible thing, and the answer is, it'll piss off our players and reduce our player base, and the response is, who cares, you've got a problem. Now, your second question was, what about how the auction house mount still depends on making a game world people actually care about, so it's not really making a mount equal profit? That's a good question. One of the biggest things that most people forget is that this is not actually an if or kind of a situation. You can have a game that is well beloved and well cared for and taken care of, and you can predatorily monetize the hell out of it. I'm going to be honest, I'm not hugely in favor of that because of the whole predatory monetization thing, but you can do that, and I actually have an example of that. Final Fantasy XIV. I know I get some pushback on this, but Final Fantasy XIV is a very good game, which has some real care and effort and put into it to make an established thing, and it's going to be here for years, and they're going to keep supporting it, and they're going to keep patching it and all this stuff. And also, it's got the MOG station, which is overpriced, monetized garbage. They have their cake, and they are eating it too. Now, here's the real problem with that mentality. It just real quick, because I know you know this, Leonard, but this is for everybody else. Obviously, even in FF14's case, FF14 is always dancing on the razor's edge with regards to that, because at some point or another, some asshole in a suit during some meeting is going to pull out a spreadsheet and say, look at all this money the MOG station is making. Put more into that. And we're going to pull resources, budget, and we're going to fire people over on the making content side of things, so we can put more stuff into the making money side of things. And that's going to, the day that happens, because that will happen, that's when FF14 starts to finally circle the drain. It's happened to every other MMO out there, by the way, so this is a proven pattern. It will someday happen to WoW as well. Mr. Red asked me a question. Mr. Red said, yeah, I've seen those facts. I don't know if those are 100% accurate, and it's been a few months since I've actually combed over Square's financial reports. Yes, I actually read those. Shut up. But anyways, Because all that stuff's public record. It has to be, legally. Mr. Red asks, would I enjoy Asheron's Call legitimately? I'm not sure you would find enough meat on the bones to enjoy it, Mr. Red. But allow me to go ahead and quietly say that I recommend you try it someday if you feel the mood. Maybe when you finished FF11. Obviously, you're going to be playing a fan server, and that's its own thing. It's actually really easy to set up, though. In fact, frankly, it's easier to set up a fan server for Asheron's Call than it is to play FF11 legitimately. I know that's low-hanging fruit. Now, Spartan, you had several positives and negatives you wanted to posit. Which of the 3 RuneScapes is worth a damn? I'm not even going down that rabbit hole. Now, Lunarith says, WoW pushes buy stuff to more in FF14. It's fascinating. Can you explain what WoW is pushing on you and how? Or is it purely just because of the fact that there's an in-game shop button? Because FF14 doesn't have an in-game shop button. It's over on a website. In which case, I understand that. Never mind. No questions. Yeah, and I was about to say, in about halfway through reading your question, Lord Harriman, I was about to answer you, and then I noticed you answered yourself. I haven't looked at Discord today. Hang on. We have, bloody bastard. We have microtransactions are always a negative. 100% of the time. Where is that? Yes, that is the Spires of Arak from Warlords. Specifically over by the Pools of Seath. Don't play that game with me. I got that. Okay, now, while I wait for Spartan to tell me the hypotheticals, let's actually progress and get to this stupid dungeon.
Stay with you.
You have these samples yet?
May the stars guide
Definitely have a match here. And the presence of the ogres and what they're doing explains everything. Now I get why it's called Hewn Bog. Duh. We have to do something about this situation, but what? We can't just wipe out the ogres. They have every bit as much right to be here as every other creature of the marsh. Do they?
Goddess watch over.
Priest, I've got an idea. No, that's why I asked what they were, Spartan. I want you to head north again, this time into the heart of ogre territory. There's a place called Zangarmarsh Stronghold, which is on a floating island. The ogres must be storing the harvested mushrooms there, but you'll find them all over the place. Bring me a sufficient number. I'll try to do something about providing the bog lords a new source of nourishment. Yeah, Fantasias make a lot of money, Lunarith. But I'm not saying I blame you. I'm just saying that I'm the exact opposite. I've always felt that FF14 is far worse about its monetization than WoW, which is why I've given WoW less negatives for it. I think I've paid for like 2 microtransaction-y things in WoW ever. So positive to rep as a concept. No. Okay, next. Sorry. A little bit harsh. They do have the 6-month and 12-month subs. I should know. I have a 12-month sub, and I just leave it sitting there. Then again, I also play this game constantly, so I'm definitely getting my value out of that one. Although, I don't want to get down the subs shouldn't exist crowd again, because that's its whole other thing. How did you die? What am I... Okay. Hang on. Get up. And it never will, Reign 36. Okay, how many negatives I give quest pathing, but it hasn't been enough. Well, so far I've been giving quest pathing negatives on a per zone basis. In some cases, I don't have my heal macros. In some cases, on a per quest basis. I do agree that it should continue to be negatives, up until probably Kata is when that'll stop happening. Would I like to relax in Zangarmarsh? No. Speaking of which, someone asked where I'm going to retire this character. I haven't decided yet, since this is our BC Horde character. Probably something, you know, Blood Elfy, like Netherstorm. I haven't decided yet. The Traveler's Log, the thing that rewards you with transmogs for going and playing the game, incentivizes you to sub all year. Yes. I'm sorry, I legitimately don't know what to say about that. So, yes, the fact that there is content in WoW incentivizes you to keep playing WoW. Oh, I get backlash about saying that constantly. Just constantly. Hell, I got negatives for that. I got backlash for that like a couple of days ago. I disagree, Lunarif. If you'll forgive me for just cutting this conversation off. I do not think that WoW is particularly monetizing, overly monetized. I don't. I think it is monetized. I think it is bad. I think I have given it multiple negatives. I think FF14 is worse. I think that Guild Wars... I think that Star Trek Online is even worse. I think that Tor is even worse. And I think that Guild Wars 2 is the worst one out there. I should know. I've looked at all of those. Oh, God damn it. No. No, we're done. I'm sorry. I'm tired of talking about this. We're good. You go to FF14's Mog Station and you can buy an emote for $10. That is why FF14's predatory transactions are worse. The end. Sorry, I'm actually getting angry. I apologize. That's mostly just because I keep getting interrupted. I'm not actually angry at any person. I'm just... This is the run from hell for me, and it's just everything is constantly getting in the way of it. So I'm actually getting irritable because things are constantly interrupting me just playing the goddamn game. And you're probably thinking, well, but who cares? You're not on a schedule. First of all, we all know the fallacy of that statement. But second of all, I'm still stuck in BC land. And the longer we get delayed here, the longer I'm stuck in hell. I would like to no longer be in hell, if that's okay, if that's something that we can manage. We're getting to the point where I might, if I'm really lucky, finish Zangarmarsh today, but I probably won't because I've been interrupted twice now. No, we're done, Lunaruth. We're done, okay? We're done. I'm not bringing it up anymore. I'm done. I'm trying to say it right, and I'm too angry to do it. I apologize. Let me try to say that better. Let me pull some of the anger out of my voice. Hang on, give me a second. We're done. There we go. There we go. I said it right. Sorry. God. Okay. This is... So what's really funny about this... I was actually even going to talk about this quest chain. This is one of those interesting little tidbits of something WoW's better at than most other things, which is world-building quest chains. So world-building quest chains in WoW are... They can really help flesh out the world. So the Sporelings are under attack. What do we do? Okay, no problem. We'll go find the Boglords. Well, why are the Boglords attacking them? The Boglords are displaced by the Ogres. Why are the Ogres attacking them? Well, the Ogres have been displaced from Blade's Edge. And so now we have... a situation where not only is this kind of emphasizing the nature of how interconnected the setting is, but also it's a little bit of a hint of where we're eventually going when it comes to the Blade's Edge Mountains. We're done. It is finished. You cannot withstand what is to come. No, sorry. A chat divided cannot withstand what is to come. There we go.
Go in peace.
So I got some mushrooms. Thank you. We've been careful to not disturb the natural order, and we've gathered so much information. Let's see if we can grow a new food supply.
Illuminate your path.
Okay. Let's go see if this plan will work. Come on. Go put those on. Put those on. Your crusade is worthy of triple negatives because that cutscene sucks. I love Legion to death. That cutscene is so stupid. Just really stupid cutscene. Absolutely not, Primarch. No. PvP is over there in the bubble. So it's Orme. Let's see about using those mushrooms you brought back to grow the bog lords a new food supply. How is that a thing, Magister? Like, it's such an obvious example of bad writing, too. Like, it's a fundamental example of bad writing. So there's this concept, right? It's called overstatement. It's when you overstate something so much that it actually loses meaning. And that's exactly what that line is. Because the whole point is that the war is over. The Burning Crusade is over. And so they want to emphasize that. So naturally they overemphasize it. And the way I voiced it earlier, for those who haven't seen the cutscene, is not an exaggeration. It really is, your crusade is over. And it's so hammy and it's so over the top. It loses all impact. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. What's funny is there's actually a cutscene right after it with Velen. And it does the exact opposite. It's a great moment that is wonderfully understated. Velen takes this big inhale and then just gives this visible, like you could see the tension leave his face and his body as he's standing there. That is a great moment. That sells the end of the Burning Crusade better than frickin' oh god, I can't remember which Titan says it. Doing a stupid speech. Yeah, Velen's sigh is a great moment, and there's a lot of detail in exactly how you see it. It was Amanthul, that's what I figured. Okay, so let's abandon this quest. This quest sucks. Let's go to a dungeon. How's that sound? Hey, you like dungeons, right? Let's do the Underbog. I do agree with something that Spartan has already said here. Let's go ahead and add another negative to this zone. Because the quest flow in this zone is kind of terrible. Let's see. So we have guidance. Let's call this flow. That's not level. That shouldn't be level. I don't know why that's not level. This shouldn't be under level either. Boop. Yes, Yura. Done. I quit. Hugging is such a universal mandate that it's effectively something we just kind of don't acknowledge as existing when it comes to the review. Actually, yeah, Esmeralda Star. Velen's story arc is really, really good in Legion. It's a great character arc, and it was one of my favorite things to write in and discuss during the Warcraft series. Because I feel like several people have missed the significance. Yeah, by the way, you like this? This is how we get to 3 dungeons and a raid. Now, thankfully, there's a summoning stone down here, because otherwise it would suck. But yeah, we're going to the Underbog. Give me a moment. I actually do not have heals set up right now. So give me one moment. Hell, I like pretty much all of the character stuff in Legion. Khadgar didn't have much, but Khadgar's awesome enough that he kind of made that work just by his own right. And then we have, obviously, Illidan. Frankly, can I just say something? Illidan was not a good character in WoW until Legion. I'm going to heal. I'm going to heal. I'm going to try out Discipline in action. We need to continue to judge Discipline as we go here. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Vanilla was so experimental. BC was still experimental, obviously. But I mean, Hellfire Ramparts and Blood Furnace are a good example of how much further they'd gone from previous stuff. Oh, actually, I want something a little bit easier to grab, like Renew. So, one moment, please. I need to do... Yep, Powered Radiance. Agreed, Esmeristar. Absolutely. Can you actually swim from Lordaeron to Kalimdor? No, they're on different servers. Groups, however you want to phrase that. Even if you were somehow hit the edge, which you can't, you would just find the edge of the world and you'd be stuck. Okay, put that down here. Do I not have? I do not. Okay. No, I thought I answered you, Primarch. Did I not? I swear I did. Enhance. I mean, Vashj is still one of my favorite zones in the game with a huge asterisk. And that asterisk is bugs. I'm actually really worried about how buggy it'll be when we get there, because there's a non-zero chance it's gonna be buggy. Okay, that should be sufficient. Let's look at our talents really quick. We definitely want that. After healing anybody below 35%, you gain increased buff. That's cool. And actually, let's grab that one. Yes. And that gives it so every time I buff someone with Powered Shield, they gain a speed buff. Yeah, Vashj has always been buggy. It's just, I've noticed, because I've gone through Vashj several times in my life, at several points. Obviously, I did it in Kata, I did it for the lore run, I did it for a friend just last year, and we'll be doing it again in probably a month at this point. So, every time it's been a little bit different. Let's see. Let's go ahead and increase the damage. Or, no, let's actually make it so that pain suppression's nice. We probably don't need that. We don't need that. We're fine. We're fine. Let's do that. Let's get our AoE barrier. Let's try that out, because I've been wanting to try that out. Let's see how that feels. Okay. Is anybody not here? No, you're here. I think everyone's here. Although someone's not here. Let's go summon someone, because someone is up. Hang on, Spartan. We got you. We got you. If I was to make an arcane show of WoW, which arc would I focus on the first season? Oh, that's a really good question, Rio Tier. Because, like, if I could have a show of the level of quality of Arcane in Warcraft, then I might actually physically explode. Oh, you're already here. Okay, cool. Well, then, that means you're the one who's lost. Okay, so let's grab you. Yeah, Guild Wars 2. Okay, so what to focus on? I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts, too. Like, you get to choose a story arc to put into arcane level quality in Warcraft. What do you pick? I mean, yeah, we could go for the jugular. Like, we could do Arthas' story, just his whole story, up to and including. Let's go with Wrath, because he didn't have any story moments in Shadowlands. Let's go PvP, so I can't get that off you. Hang on, I don't want to see that. Is this it? There we go. Perfect. I was actually thinking Lillian Voss. I love her story arc, and it's spread out across so much. That's a cool looking setup. That it's a good pick, you know? And it's also a really good story arc, so there's that, right? Oh, I'm totally doing that later. You know I am. Oh, that's a hard question. Let me chew on that. Let me pick up some quests before I go back to that.
I am on.
Hungerfen and Quagmarin used to jointly rule over the Spore Giants. With Quagmarin gone, the burden rests solely on Hungerfen's tendrils. We have no choice but to put the giant down before he can be enslaved and turned into a weapon. Oh no, I totally want your answer, Guthor. If you don't tell me.
Hello.
The last members of my expedition were somewhere in here. We're going to need the knowledge they've gathered and their skills if we're going to have a chance at defeating the Naga. See if you can find them and make sure they're okay. Is everyone alive? Everyone will be alive. The Spore Giants may be attacking my people today, but the Marshwalkers have taken more innocent life than any creature I've seen. They are ancient enemies. Their broodmother, the Black Stalker, resides deep within this bog. If you were to destroy her and bring me her brain as proof, I would tell tales of your bravery to my grandchildren. Also, this quest is called Bring Me a Shrubbery. My people use sanguine hibiscus for a number of purposes. It grows naturally only in the Underbog, and many of its bog citizens have taken a liking to it. If you can bring me some, I'll be quite grateful. Okay, so let's try out Discipline in action, shall we? Let's see how this feels. So Saurfang's story? I mean, Varrock is the best story arc in BFA. prove me wrong. Ignore the fact that most of it's actually in a single cutscene. I mean, given what Arcane itself showed, I think we could do most of Arthas' story in a single season. We start off with him as a young paladin. We move forward to the events of Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos. Then we move forward to the events of him during the events of Frozen Throne. We scooch forward to some of the early WoW stuff, and then we end with Wrath. I think that's doable. Let's go ahead and play with this ability. Let's see what this does. Wong. Oh, that's a cast. Okay, that's good to know. I admit I kind of have a bias against the War of the Ancients, even though it's such a significant and integral part of the story. And I blame that entirely on the writer of that goddamn book. Yeah, exactly, Rio Tier. Just get some talented people. Like I said, we're talking the quality level of the thing of Arcane, so I assume we've got some talented people on board. I mean, you could do like a story called Suramar. And it actually starts all the way back in, well, the War of the Ancients, really. Right? Tyrande would be there. Several of the characters we know and love would be there. And then we see what happens. They decide to put down the story. And then we have like an episode which is just essentially time passing. Showing what it's been like under the bubble. Showing as things get worse and worse under the bubble. And then like the next episode, so like episode 3, would then be the events of Legion. So back in the day, these big old guys here, they were heavies. And we all know what heavies do. Looks like we're doing okay right now, though. He's got a bunch of that disease, though. And there's nothing I can do about that because this is modern time. Yeah, no, like, the story would kind of be a story about Suramar itself more than it would about any specific character. Hence why calling this the show Suramar. Okay, so let's get a bubble here. Cooldown's going to take some getting used to. Let's pop this out so we can get some atonements. It's weird not having add-ons to keep track of some of this stuff. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, absolutely, Rio Tier. I mean, Blizzard's storytelling chops vary, but their cutscene design team has always been ahead of the curve. Ever since Warcraft 1, they have done bonkers good stuff. Like, we look back at Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2 cinematics, we're like, oh, those look so terrible. Those were ahead of the curve, to be quite frank. And again, old soldier, you know? So first boss, Hungerfen. This guy likes to spawn ads. He's very fun. I'm just going to idle for a little bit on this so I can see what he does here. There's those ads again. Watch out for those. They explode. Notice there's quite a few of them. And that's about it. Not a lot going on in the Underbog. I kind of hate the Underbog, admittedly. Because Underbog was a dungeon I used to farm the hell out of. Can anyone tell me why I used to farm the hell out of Underbog? I bet you can. Sporegar's a good answer, but actually no. I forget the quest item over here. Oh wait, it doesn't exist anymore. Because I hate myself. Still no. Cenarian Rep. Good answer. No. Attunement. Still no. To unlock Heroic. Still no. A specific cosmetic. Still no. Nothing outlasts the Energizer. No. It just keeps knowing and knowing. Knowing. Underbog was a relatively quick and easy dungeon to do on Heroic, and had more bosses than most other dungeons did, which meant you would get more badges of justice for doing it once a day. I think we can, Lord Harriman. Of course we can. Notice that almost everyone's suggestions so far are about just retelling existing stories, right? I think that's doable. Having said that, if they decided to do an Elseworlds, it's feasible. It's not like they haven't already done that, because that's what the Warcraft movie was, if you remember. I haven't been talking much about the trash. Underbog's actually a fairly... I'm trying... It's a bog standard dungeon. I'm sorry. There's not a lot of meat on the bones of this place. So these big guys, they're heavies. They're traditional heavies. They actually buff their damage, too. So they're heavies that can hit even heavier. It's easy to fall from several places, in which case you have to go all the way back. So that's fun. I was doing this as a time walking just like a month ago, and one of the players we were with actually ended up falling. And could not figure his way back. I had to jump down with him just to show him the way. Yeah, you can also, like, we talked about doing Arthas' story. Wouldn't it be interesting to follow the story of Tharazin while Arthas' story is happening? Or, you know what? Go lower tier than that. Some random footman whose name is Bob. Or, you know, something like that, right? Really lean into the idea of the ground floor perspective. The lower decks, exactly. The lower decks perspective. While the events of the giants are happening around it. I think there's a lot of potential in such a thing. God, Discipline is so weird. I think I like it, though. Like, I keep thinking, okay, I have to heal someone, and then I keep realizing, no, what I have to do is I have to get them an attunement stack. Once I give them a stack, then I just go back to DPSing. And that heals them. And, of course, Power Word Shield is a great buffer, because if someone else is taking damage, Power Word Shield prevents them from taking damage. And then I start healing them by doing damage. This is actually pretty legit. This is kind of like Sage Plus, I would say. Similar concept, I wonder if one inspired the other. Of course, Magister. You know me. Listen, Huthor, it's fine, it's fine. I can also buff people like that, and so now Mr. Red's actually faster. See, I remember Discipline in Kata actually being really good. And then they kind of screwed with it in Pandaria, and I never went back. I never went back to Discipline after that. I have no idea. Spirit Shell, we didn't talk about that. It's not here. I guess we could spend a talent while we're here. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and grab the thing that makes our dot even better. That would be the Tharazin idea, Logue. I know that's not the guy you mentioned, but that is what that idea means. Because there's actually three. There's Tharazin himself, or Thazurian, or how do you say a stupid name. And then there's the guys who are the bosses in the dungeon I can't think of the name of. Oh, it's going to bother me. Halls of Reflection. There it is. Falric and Marwyn. That's them. Anyways, I'm not saying that's a bad idea. I'm just saying I already mentioned that as an idea. And yeah, that's a cool idea. I like the idea of going even further down, though. Like I said, I love the idea of just really zooming that camera in. Just some random footman. Maybe have them connected to someone else. Not a big character. Like they're riding home to their sister or their brother or their loved one or whatever, you know. Second boss, by the way. This is, I hope you understand positioning, the boss. There's not a lot going on with this guy. I'm going to pop a couple of heals here. I'm also going to drop this to give everyone a bubble. I love AoE bubbles. But jokes aside, part of the point of Garrosh is that he did wrong, you know? And by part of the point, I mean all of the point. Why did Illidan attack Shareth? Bad writing. Woo! Careful there, Mr. Red. Pop this on you, and then pop this on you. There we go. Jeez Louise. Yeah, no, his frenzy was a thing. Oof. Oh god, I should know her name. Yes, I will definitely equip that. Holy crap. Oh man, that would be awesome, Rio Tier. No joke. I would love that. I was actually wondering. I wasn't going to say nothing, because I ain't here to judge. Or am I? Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this. Oh, let's get feared. Very important. Right after I pop my cooldown. That is always how fears work. They know you're about to use a cooldown, and they're like, oh yeah? That's my cooldown now. My cooldown. I mean, I really look forward to doing the WoW rewrite someday. Oh, right. Sorry. Thank you for reminding me. God, it's been a minute. I don't know if you can rename a guild. I know you can abandon one and make a new one. I don't know about just renaming it. It's probably something they'd charge real money for. Oh, I like that idea, Luke. So, like, a random footman goes up with Arthas, and then, like... But how he couldn't be a survivor, right? Because nobody survived the Northrend campaign. Like, we would have to come up with some way for how this random dude actually managed to survive Northrend. Has the story in WoW ever peaked so much it surpasses Warcraft 1, 2, and 3? I sure hope so. Warcraft 1 is not exactly known for its storytelling chops, and frankly, neither is Warcraft 2. Also, I don't remember why, but this trash sucks. You notice they're taking more damage than they have for a lot of these. Just, ugh. I think it's all the dots and poison things they do. And then there's these jackasses who fear. Well, no. So the reason I brought it up as Miristar is I love the idea of our random footmen surviving Northrend. And then heading west with Jaina's contingent. But the problem is, there's no connecting thread there. At all. Like, honestly, it would probably be better to just follow some completely other unconnected person that's part of Jaina's contingent, right? There's that fear. Learn it, live it, love it. Yep, nope. You notice I haven't given any positives or negatives here, because this place, I mean, it's not great. That's just, the bosses are, hey, they have like 1 or 2 mechanics, and the trash is, hey, these guys fear or hit hard. It's also kind of confusing and kind of a bad layout, so I think we could swing like a level, so Underbog negative, just for the level layout. I mean, I'd be down for that record spirit. Are you kidding me? I know you hate retail record spirit. I don't blame you, but I know you hate me too. I don't blame you for that one either. I know you hate everything. Still no blame. There's just hate. There's just hate. All right. So speaking of, this is actually a funny one.
We fight to the death.
For some reason, he's the only boss in here that actually has voice acting. I've never understood why. I mean, I guess most of the other stuff you fight is literally monsters. So he comes with a druid pet, which is exactly what it sounds like. He also likes to drop traps, which are very irritating in heroic. And of course, he does Hunter's Mark, which is its own irritation. Again, mostly in heroic. Not much meat on the bones here. The whole idea is that... So, the broken, in general, are almost universally... Hang on, let me do a Fenstrider. Are what we would refer to as Dark Shamans. Now, obviously, the concept of the Dark Shaman wouldn't be brought up until Kata in the Bloodfire Chasm, or the Ragefire Chasm, excuse me. And then it would be continued forward into Pandaria. But actually, the concept of a Dark Shaman's been around since forever. It's very simple. A Dark Shaman forces a patron to give them magical power, right? As opposed to bargaining or working with someone to gain power with them. Now, that has its obvious dangers of doing so, but anybody who is more used to just kind of corrupting or polluting the environment in order to rip power out of it, and, well, that's these guys. Yeah, these guys are effectively prototype Dark Shamans. We'll actually see a lot more of this when we get to Nagarind. Because we hear a lot about how much the Broken and the Lost Ones go out of the way to deliberately pollute and muck the nearby terrain. And they don't say it outright because this is still BC, but the main reason they're doing so is because that makes the terrain more pliable, which makes their job as Dark Shamans easier. Go faster. Boss time. We used to wipe on this boss in Heroic, if you can even believe that. So he has an ability you have to interrupt. Nothing fancy there. Chain Lightning, which is one of those fun Chain Lightnings. So don't group up too much. He does that. I'm surprised we even saw that mechanic. And then more Chain Lightning. There's actually another mechanic too, but it looks like we're not even going to get it. Again, not much meat on its bones. This is pretty bog standard. I'm not trying to make a pun, I'm just making a statement. The Underbog is not what you'd call a great dungeon. It does do exactly one thing right. And that is that it does actually have some shortcut design. Because if we walk over here, there's the exit and the turn-ins for the quests. We've returned. Does this mean the Black Stalker's no more? It's dead. Normally I would not revel in such butchery, but the pain it's caused her and her brood have put my people through over the centuries is unspeakable. And hey, look, a trinket. Yeah, we'll go with the health one. And we'll grab the hibiscus, which is mostly just there for wrap. Frickin' wrap. We'll put it there because I'm never going to use that. Exactly, Motherboard. Soon we'll be together again, and I owe it all to you. We'll bring the Naga down before you know it. They don't stand a chance. Yep. That's a true statement. It's the netcode, Riotier. I actually spent a whole discussion at the very first VOD describing what 3 reasons why I think WoW has such sustainability, and one of those big reasons is the netcode. You've all done Zangarmarsh a favor this day. The Spore Giants may be naturally aggressive, but they're still a vital part of the ecosystem. And they're all dead. We're out. Peace! So yeah, that dungeon wasn't great. It was mostly a nothing burger. So I'm not going to be, like, too harsh on it, but, like, it's just whatever. I don't have much to add to it. And we are actually done with this character in this zone for now. So I'm going to figure out where my hearth is. Find out that it's in Zobragen. That'll work it out. Yeah, WoW was built off of the netcode of Warcraft 3, and Warcraft 3's netcode was based off of FPS netcode. In other words, all of those are very responsive. They have to be. We're waiting on slave pens for when we do our alliance character. We'll do slave pens, Steamvaults, and then Serpent Shrine. Pretty much back to back.
For a friend of the Grumbles.
Let's check our inventory really quick.
Good fortune to our friend.
You are doing a good job of tanking. I hope you're enjoying it, Mr. Red. It's Paladin, it's Paladin. Alright, so that was most of Zangarmarsh. We already did that. We gave 2 negatives for that. This. No, it's... Netcode is one of those things that everybody notices, but not a lot of people understand what they're looking at. I've said this before. Most people have noticed this game is more responsive, they just don't understand the whys and the wherefores. Well, Protodon is really all about cooldowns, so that makes sense. Like, there's not much there other than just cooldowns. I'm not saying that's necessarily bad, I'm just saying it's the worst thing in the known history of the universe because it's literally Hitler. So, a footman or builder making it with Muradin and eventually trying to make it back to Lordaeron. No. I don't think that's going to work. I think that's too many steps for something that's ultimately unnecessary. The idea of following... Let's go with a footman. Yeah, exactly. Good netcode is when you don't notice it. Very true. hear me out for a second. Look, let me work with you, because I know you hate me, and I know I'm literally Hitler. There's a lot of people that are Hitler. But what if
What you want?
we go to this one, I think?
Careful.
Yes.
Spirits.
What if we follow the footmen through Northrend, and then they die, right? Preferably by Arthas' own hand, right? Like, have Arthas actually be the one to kill the main character, the footman. And anybody familiar with the series will know it's coming, and to everyone else, it'll be this horrible moment. If we do that properly, we can satisfy both groups. People who know it's coming are going to be like, you know, anticipating. They know the bombs under the table. People who don't know anything about the series, it'll be this whole, all of a sudden, oh crap moment where, you know, the guy over there, the prince they've been following, murders the main character, right? Yeah, exactly, Bleachball. Exactly, you get it. And then for... I think we should do a totally separate story following a builder, because a builder would work better in several ways. And a builder would probably have less direct bias against the forces they're going to be grouped with, following Jaina Proudmoore's arc as she goes to Kalimdor and joins what would eventually become the Bulwark. Why don't other MMOs use similar netcode? Real talk, I don't know. I know it's a little bit more expensive to set up and maintain. It requires a certain pipe infrastructure. But past that, I don't really know. The only answer I could hypothesize is that it's just not, like, how do I explain this? A priority? I think we'll put it that way. I think it's just, for several people, it's not a priority. FF14 is a very, very successful... God, I look so terrible. Look at me. Look at me. FF14 and Lotro are just so popular and successful. Why bother, right? Like, what's the point of putting that tremendous amount of time and effort and work into something that most people aren't even going to notice? Yeah, WoW didn't actually design good netcode. It has good netcode because they already had good netcode. Again, built off of the bones of Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3, it's worth noting, did have very, very good netcode. Now, never mind for the time. And that makes sense. They learned a lot because Blizzard came up with Battle.net. And Battle.net was all about that. I'm thinking. Give me a second. I'm debating how much I want to try and get done for the rest of the night, because Lord knows I've been sitting here yammering for entirely too long. I would say Blizzard still has some real talent there. I'll be honest, I think most of them are on the WoW team, because I've seen what they've done with Diablo 4, and I've seen what they're doing with Overwatch. I don't have much to add to that. I suppose, Lord Haremont, I'm going to quietly disagree with that, but your opinion is certainly very valid there, of course. After all, I have no real way to argue against that. All I can say is from my own personal perspective. So I suppose if I could give a little bit of a strange bit of advice for aspiring writers, write a story you want. There's actually several reasons for this. First of all, write a story you want because you're going to be more passionate about that, and so the end product has a chance of being better, right? Second of all, you're also more likely to actually finish the story because you want to. Second of all, another thing you want to do, a reason why you want to write something that you want to, is because listening to your audience is something you should do in moderation, but otherwise it's something you should never, ever do. Because your audience are only going to make your work worse by constantly giving you feedback about it. I know that sounds strange because there is such a thing as listening too little to your audience. But most writers make the horrible, horrible mistake of listening too much to their audience. So, for example, Lord Helmut will be, your story's terrible, Lore. And that's hurtful, right? Like, no offense. But it is hurtful. It's like, oh, this great story idea that I think would be fantastic is an awful idea. And it's really, really easy to get stuck into the mental trap of saying, well, since nobody would be interested in that kind of a lower decks episode, there's no reason to even try it. And that story idea dies on the vine. Don't fall into that trap. Don't let that happen. There's an in-between, right? Then there's the Starfield problem. That's when you put yourself into that box in that episode of DS9. You know the one. And while you're in there, as you're slowly dying from heat exhaustion, you start writing a story. Don't do that either. I know I'm not that good. I used to be a good dancer, and then I got run over by a car. All right, so I'm trying to think what else I want to get done tonight. I really want to get that done. Screw it. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a brief break. We're gonna switch over to the Alliance and our giant interface. I have not seen the Earthen Dance yet, no. I want... what do I want, actually? I want this. And I want... Warbreaker. There we go. Oh, and I'm also going to want maximum rage increased, and I'm going to want Shockwave to be even better of an AoE. Boom. There we go. Okay. God, I look just BC gear. BC gear. It's just, it's so bad. It's so bad. I'll be right back. You know, you're not yourself when you haven't had Fel. Get some Fel. Alright, admittedly, the story idea I'm thinking of Lord Hermit would have essentially no levity whatsoever. RFF2. Okay.
What brings you here, Goddess?
So welcome to the Cenarian Refuge. You're not doing any of these quests.
Goddess.
Actually, I'm going to grab, yep, that quest and that quest. We're just going to sit on those for right now.
Illuminate your path.
I don't even know what that is, Huthor. So I'm going to go with a no. So yeah, we've already done all these quests. They're completely side agnostic. So instead, we're just going to go to the Alliance town immediately. So my favorite thing about the Alliance town, obviously we don't have flying. So we have to go over here. And wait. The waiting game begins. Oh, I was too far away. No! No! Oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay, we made it. Whew. So, a little bit of both, Mad Overlord. Fel can screw with your head pretty badly. But, generally speaking, most of the people who seek out Fel are already kind of wrong in the head. A truly virtuous and decent person will probably not even consider the option of going for Fel. In fact, frankly, most of the people who become Fel practitioners do so because they're either power-hungry or desperate. A lot of the demon hunters, canonically speaking, are people who are really, really desperate, who have lost homes and lives and families, and are just wanting to do anything that they can in order to push back against that. So, that's a good question, Riotir. Very good point. The reason you're not seeing that is because that is a game thing and not an expansion thing. The only positives and negatives you'll see on the document live are expansion stuff. So those positives are there. They're just not visible.
Each day is a blessing.
There is so little in this swamp that will burn. We must resort to other means for lighting Telrador. Many of the creatures and plants in the marsh emit a soft glow. It's difficult and cruel to confine the creatures, so we've turned the species of mushroom to our light source. If we pick and cultivate the fulgor, well, our needs require us to gather new crops occasionally. The small batch of green mushrooms often grow at the base of larger ones near Telrador.
Be well.
Oh yeah, no, this place, just being here makes my skin itch. This is the... Nice statue, by the way. This is the source of water for pretty much the entire continent. And it shows. It is... This is not a place to be.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
On my last hunting trip, I caught sight of a new outpost being built by a group of trolls. No doubt they've begun hunting, too. If they establish a permanent residence, the competition for food will be fierce. There you go. This is for you, Yura. This is for you. We cannot take direct action without provocation, but we can remove some of their natural competition for food. For each Hydra you kill, that's 3 fewer mouths to feed.
Be kind to
Back
those
out.
less
That's already terrible.
Greetings, friend.
And I think I already did this quest. Yep, so we've already done that quest. Some of the... Again, we're only going to be doing bits and pieces of each quest on both sides because there's a lot of copy-paste when it comes to factions. Yet another reason the faction system needs to go away. What's funny is the one and only time they really started delving into the two sides having completely unique content was when people complained about it, because then they'd have to go level alt to see the rest of the content. Allow me to quietly and professionally say that I disagree with that complaint. Like, I felt encouraged, and indeed, like, I felt like it was a good thing to go and level alts to see the rest of the content, because I thought that was awesome to see another side of the same story, especially since they did stuff with it. The two most obvious examples are the 5.1 story arc in Pandaria, and pretty much everything to do with Cataclysm. Yeah, no, I loved that. It was one of the first times I was like, you know what, I really got to push characters on both sides. Let's do it. And then they did it in Legion even more so, and then they have never done it since. Well, that's actually not true. BFA kind of did that, but we'll get to BFA. So.
The Legion's end draws near.
That's a go-to, so we'll come back to that. And before my people were decimated by the orcs, Telrador served as a retreat for Draenei anchorites and spiritualists. A small order of the anchorites and vindicators maintained a number of shrines in this region. During the war, we lost contact with the anchorites assigned to the shrines, particularly Bahamut Temple to the southwest. I have heard reports a tribe of lost ones has settled the area. Visit the ruins. Tell me what you find there.
Good health, long life.
That's actually a really good question, Matt. Hold on.
Hi.
That's just a quest we've already done.
with you.
Oh yeah, by the way, how many of you have noticed we're standing on a mushroom right now? A little more obvious if I zoom out like that. Squish, 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 squish. Squish, 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 squish. Anyways.
The Naru have not forgotten us. Blessings.
The Prophet Velen's search for allies has emboldened those Draenei remaining in Outland to begin a search of their own. The Legion's war on my people drove us from our cities and temples, but they have not destroyed the traces of our civilization. Turem was my former home in Terakar. Go there. I forgot that this is a go-to quest. I apologize. So this is... okay, hey, finally. I've actually been looking for this exact quest. No, this is literally a carved-out mushroom cap. I'll show you in a second. I have lived amongst the anchorites of Telrador for some time, and in that time I've come to know the marsh quite well. Recently, I began to notice a disturbing change in the land to the northeast. Virtually all life there had begun to wither and die, seemingly without explanation. I have a few ideas to what might be happening, but the Strawberry Man here, he is the one who can get to the bottom of this mystery.
Good health, long life.
And that should be Thanksgiving, and that's everything. So it's a little bit more obvious. See, this is obviously platform, right? But if you go out here, you can really see how it is actually just the top of a spore cap. Do you see it? There's buildings built on top of it, but they carved it out first and then built on top of that. Alright, spore. Let's do spores first, because it's like right here. Yes, we're in Morrowind now. Probably quite a few Huthor, which is a shame. Her story's been going for quite a while at this point. That's just counting the game, too. I mean, it's that whole undeath thing again, right? Having your soul separated doesn't automatically make you evil. What it does is it makes you pliable. And most people who raise someone into undead are evil, and therefore want you to be evil. I mean, even if they don't want you to be evil, they probably mistreat and abuse you. Which would then immediately lead to you, you know, becoming a worse person as a result. I mean, I'm sorry, most people, if they're whipped and enslaved, are not going to enjoy that experience particularly much. Unless they pay for it. Now, there's actually a quest line, I forget what it is. It's somewhere in Shadowlands, where they talk about the nature of death magic. Because death magic has a bit of a bad rap, mostly because of, let's be honest with ourselves, the jailer roll eyes, but also because of the Lich King and the Scourge and all that fun stuff. Probably Esmerister. I mean, that would make sense. And Lord knows the Drowned have been using Crystal Tech for a long time. Grab our sample. I actually already pointed this area out. We'll come back to you in a minute. Don't worry. God, this is so much faster. Look, I don't even have to use the elevator. I can just go up. Oh, I am out of stamina, though. Let's fix that. That was it, Huthor. Yep, Margrave Sindane. I don't even remember which quest that was a part of, but I do remember that quest. Because it stuck with me. I apologize, Lunarith. I wasn't trying to make an additional point. In fact, I don't even remember which additional point I made. Because you're right, I hate it when people do that, so I will formally apologize for whatever additional point I was making at the time. I think you're right, Uthor. Shadowlands quests are just... ugh. Oh, gotcha. I said, this is what they do, and then I said, that's the end of the discussion. Okay, that makes sense. Sorry, let me be more clear. They sell emotes. Feel free to respond to that. For $10. $10 for an emote. Now we play the waiting game. Yes, I know, game. I don't care about the in-game voice chat. Go away. There we go. It is pretty expensive to express yourself, and my settings are wrong. I can't believe I just noticed that. Camera? There it is. Honestly, I keep hoping they'll do something about the loss of the Legion. They kind of haven't yet. In my opinion, that's just a huge swath of amazing storytelling potential. Because that is a sea change for the entire setting, well beyond the planet we play on. And they haven't touched on that at all. Like, that feels like a whole now what story. I mean, so the mobile auction house is more essential and useful than an emote, so it's more predatory. Okay, that's valid, I suppose. I'm going to go ahead and say that I don't agree with that personally, because, I mean, a mobile auction house is not super useful. Because, let's be honest, the reason most people buy that mount is either for the prestige or the fact that it looks cool. Like, Maverick, why'd you buy that mount? We'll do a case study right now. I thought about buying it because the Brutosaur looks badass. I didn't, because, you know, I don't hate myself. But I did buy the other mount. I use it all the time, but that's because having a transmog and a vendor on the fly is extremely useful. But I don't have to spend real money for that one. Oh, there's a lot of dead hydras here. Aha! There's our culprit. Well, let's assume you're right. Let's not try to haggle about definitions. Let's assume that we're buying gameplay benefit by going ahead and purchasing the mount. Okay, that's valid. My immediate counter argument would be there's plenty of things you can buy in FF14 that allow you to bypass gameplay in a way that would be considered a lot more predatory. Let me use a very specific example. I know 4, at this point in time, people personally, nope, 5, who have put FF14 down because they want to get to the more modern content, and they can't because they have to slog through the existing content. Guess what FF14 sells? That's actually worse than that, because FF14 sells that in packs. Like, you can level a specific class, or you can buy like an expansion thing which levels you past the content. So you have to buy both of those or a bundle of those in order to be able to actually accomplish the thing that's intended. That's not what I want. There we go. I just inched my way up there. Yeah, buying convenience, which is what the mount is like, right? Buying the convenience of the auction house on display. Because a decent chunk of argument can be made about whether or not things like services should be negatives, right? Character transfers, or faction changes, or race changes, or name changes, or guild server changes. But level boost, that's a little bit different. But the thing is, even though WoW has a level boost, it's a much less bad thing, in my opinion, because you know what leveling in WoW is like. Even if you don't know what you're doing and haven't played the game for years, you can hit level 70 in like a week of casual play in WoW. In FF14, you will spend hundreds and hundreds of hours getting your way up there, unless you start skipping cutscenes in the interest of fairness. So, I don't think those two things are the equivalent. So, I think that's it. And now, we're done. No, I haven't given you a chance to respond, sorry. Then, we're done. You gotta be really dramatic about it. Yeah.
May your days be...
Well done. That should ease the demand on food supply around here for the immediate future, although we're going to need to find new sources of food. Fish and mushrooms suffice, but variety can never be underestimated.
Safe journey.
Then go get the wings. We've already done that quest.
Remember the lessons of the past.
So we're not doing that. I like FF14 too, but God, if you told me to go level a new character right now, I'd shoot you in the face for being a Nazi. Because that's what you are. You're a Nazi. Okay, now, let's see how many people quote that out of context.
Warm wishes to...
The Ferelfin Lost Ones have taken over the ruins. Most intriguing. They must remember something of their heritage and the significance of the site. And we must learn more. This temple could hold the key to redeeming the Lost Ones and reuniting the threads of the Draenei.
Do not lose.
From what you've told me, it seems the Lost Ones have reverted to the worship of animal spirits. Before we can approach them, we must know more about their beliefs. Return there, discreetly gather their idols, which means killing them.
Blessings upon your family.
Thank you, Luther. Appreciate you.
Arcanon Poros.
The soil is depleted, so it can't be the cause of the problem. What's the common link? Why is everything suddenly dying?
Remain vigilant.
The soil sample you brought me is nearly devoid of moisture. If the soil itself is losing moisture, the creatures that live there must be suffering terribly. I've seen what happens when the region's fungal giants begin to wither and die. The pain drives them mad, causing them to attack anything in their path. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Red. These creatures have no idea what's happening to them. They're beyond our ability to save, so the best we can do is end their suffering.
Remember the lessons of the past.
I will also admit the gap in difference between predatory transactions between FF14 and WoW is pretty small. It's not a huge gap. It's not like, say, WoW and Guild Wars 2. Because Guild Wars 2 is ridiculous. Hey, Lunaruth, there's this really cool mount you can buy in Guild Wars 2. You need to be checking every single day to see if it's available for sale, because it'll only go for sale up for like about a week at a time, twice a year, or occasionally go up for sale for 12 hours at a time, with no warning.
Warm wishes to you.
The looks of things, we need to replenish our spores. So. That's okay, I got you back, Sam. Alright, where are we at? Let's grab the increase our rage cap. Yeah, you think? Oh, God, yeah, no kidding. You get into Guild Wars. I like Guild Wars, too. It's worth noting. But, man. Ooh. That shop. Okay, so let's kill some people. WoW does not have any form of gacha as of this moment in time. Let's see if that sustains. So yeah, there's all withered and parched mobs here, and they're all desperate for water, which is why we're killing them. We're here to help. Not from... Yeah, Warcraft Rumble. That's gotcha. I actually bothered, because I always do, to download and try out Warcraft Rumble for a while. I was not super impressed with that game. Ignoring the gacha elements, just like looking at the game itself, it was like, this is it. Like, it's got a bit of a bells and whistles on top of it, because Warcraft, you know, whatever. But it's just the same as, like, the 500,000 other tower defense games I've seen on mobile over the last 70 years. And is it pretty? In my opinion, no. So you would probably find it very pretty, Euro. But I think its visuals invoke the concept of someone who's heard of Blizzard's, you know, iconic art style, and then tried to recreate that from memory. Oh, and yes, I do absolutely mean that as an insult. I actually like the standard Blizzard art style. I have for many years. It pretty much started with Warcraft 2. But, wow, Rumble looks terrible. The worst thing is it also looks very generic. It's that plastic look that's so common now. You know the one, right? It is so common to see games nowadays that just use the plastic look. And I even get why. It's cheaper. Yeah, no, exactly, what is this trash? Thoughts on crafting besides armor... Hang on. Thoughts on crafting besides armor and weapons crafting? Alchemy and inscribing. Okay. Whoa. Sorry, I just had a random yawn attack in the middle of inhaling there. Oh, I felt weird. Some idols. Oh, yeah, it's one of my favorite mounts in the game. Behold. What's funny is I don't like this mount from the front. Its helmet is really ugly, but it looks really good from the back. Yeah, it's everywhere, isn't it, as Miristar? So, alchemy, inscribing, all that stuff. The relative value of crafting, as I've said many times, varies per expansion. Currently, it's actually in a decent place, from what I've seen. Obviously, you can have cooking. Cooking gets you buff food. Buff food is useful. And obviously, you have alchemy. Alchemy gets you potions, elixirs, and flasks. All of those are useful. I would call those things so useful to the point of being, I don't want to say mandatory, but like very worthwhile, worth investing in. As far as inscription, I'm not sure what state inscription's in right now. I would, however, say that enchanting is definitely something that is exceptionally valuable at this point in time, especially since enchanting is in many ways a bit of a gatekeeper profession right now for several other professions, including raw crafting ones. And yeah, if you get to the point of the high-end stuff, let's be clear. They have designed the high-end stuff, like Mythic 8+ and Mythic Raids, around the fact that you have those enchants, those buffs, and those potions. And yeah, that's another thing. If you go with an alchemist, or if you go with a cook, or if you go with an enchanter, you will never lack for work. So if you're looking for something to, like, you know, monetize yourself, something to keep yourself busy, you will absolutely keep yourself busy by any of those. I've actually been putting serious thought into leveling enchanting in War Within because it looks like it's actually worthwhile again. Yeah, exactly, Lord Hermon. The potion popping, I should talk about that. Potion popping, so you can only use one potion per combat. So once you're in combat, you use a potion. Your potions have infinite cooldown until combat ends. However, potions also have a 2-minute cooldown. So what you do is you pop your potions, and then you pull, and now you have a 2-minute timer ticking down because you didn't use it in combat. So you can get a second potions effect once you get into combat. I don't think that's great, personally. And I think far too many people rely on the double potion popping in general. Like, way, way too much. I get that it's all about min-maxing, but wow, people. Anyways.
By the light
You have the idols.
Dionys
That should be sufficient. They are fixated on birds, which is odd. There aren't any bird species native to Zangarmarsh. What could this be? But they've encountered the Arakoa. To a shamanistic people, they might seem like the embodiment of a powerful bird spirit.
Be kind.
I have a feeling these lost ones would not respond well to a Draenei, but would welcome an Arakoa. I can create a potion that allows you to take on the form of an Arakoa for a short time. It requires a couple of reagents. Go get these reagents for me.
Remember the lessons of the past.
Yeah, pre-potting, just like buffs, is built into the balance of the fight, and I don't think that's a good thing. And that's all I'm going to add to that.
Chronokai Christo.
Thank you for your help with this task. Our work in the Denmire is not done yet. Our efforts will focus on doing what we can to restore balance. We must have balance.
Lose faith.
And that's the end of that particular plot thread. As I said, they really just abandoned the water chain, don't they? So, I forward to the trials and the normal raids. What do you mean by... Oh, funnest. I'm sorry, I totally misread that. I thought you said funniest. I was like, what's so funny about the normal raids? I'm confused by it. Yeah, no, the 8-man stuff is pretty legit in F14. I do like the Alliance raids-ish, but they tend to be over in their own bubble, for the most part. Let's go ahead and gather some materials. You like gathering materials, right? Love gathering materials. Also, one other thing, Lord Hermon, not that you care, but if you ever really wanted to sit down and make money in this game, get a gathering profession, or 2, and then just sell all your results on the auction house. I admittedly have both mining and skinning on my main. I don't bother because I don't care, but I could. Listen, all I'm saying is Crystal Tower is the only Alliance raid worth doing more than once. That's all I'm saying. For experience. Because it's quicker. I cannot show off Mythic Ansarak if that... Oh, I need to loot. If that's what you're asking, Lord Hermon. I also cannot show Mythic 8 Plus in current content. I can show off some of the older stuff. But like I said, I cannot show off... Honestly, I couldn't even show off Mythic Dragonfly right now. Like, that's not... That's something that's outside of my gear window. That's the FF11 one, right, Blade? Is roulette's being de facto leveling limited for a necessity of people to dual class, so we've stopped doing anything else to level up Proc to WoW? I would say no. Frankly, roulettes would probably not surpass sheer questing experience in WoW, because questing experience is really good in WoW. Like, even smashing dungeons over and over isn't quite as fast as just straight up questing in WoW. Having said that, I am in favor of options, so I would like it if they brought the roulettes over. Also, it'd be nice to be able to do the synced content, but that's unrelated. Oh, neck. Oh. I can hear my sister coughing. Bags are actually really cheap right now. Anybody who is having inventory space problems and is relatively new to the game, bags are like a few hundred gold for like the next to modern stuff. I highly recommend hitting up a auction house at some point and just buying some freaking bags. Don't do what I'm doing. I'm just kind of showing off how this works. Yeah, I know, Huthor. Part of the problem is it's sort of... So much of showing off the raid content, like I talked about earlier today, is kind of a conceit and sort of in the territory of being an abstract. I'm going to go over here. This place is a little farm. Because I can't actually show you the raid content at that level. I can only talk about it and then kind of discuss it and what kind of fights it is. And again, arguably, the game could be argued to not even deserve the positives for any given raid. Because those raids arguably don't exist in the game. One of the other things that's been argued is that we should go ahead and just review the raids from a purely story perspective and just ignore the gameplay side of things. I've already given my reasons why I'm not doing that, but that was a compromise I considered for a while there. Any WoW town I would consider cozy? Anything in Pandaria. Just Pandaran towns. Wow, that's something I'm going to ignore. But, like, for example, we don't really have the capacity to review Blackrock Foundry on LFR, and then normal, and then heroic, and then mythic. It's just, there's just not a lot of feasibility behind doing that. You know? Do I have a secret to share? Not to brag, but you're correct. My bosses have actually made fun of me in the past because they don't need to manage me because I just do my job. I don't think I have a secret so much as I just care about doing my job and doing it properly. Like, I jokingly say it's called having a work ethic, but I know it doesn't work that way. It's not like people are lazy. It's just most people don't have reason to be motivated. You know, I see, to use the old meme, although there's some validity to this, I see a shopping cart that isn't, you know, that's off onto the side, and I'm like, well, that shouldn't be there. So I grab the shopping cart and I move it back into the bin so that someone else can grab it. See you around, Spartan. Have a good one. So when I run character fidelity or setting fidelity is more important for the story. Oh, gosh. That's true. I am almost fundamentally non-neurodivergent. I'm actually one of the most neurotypical people I know, personally. That's not a brag. That is just a statement of fact. That's an interesting thought. That's also a BOE. Dump that on the auction house later. Yeah, I know, all right. Like, if managers would actually take care of their freaking employees, the employees would probably care more. But I don't want to get back to that argument, because that really does boil right back into the problem with the quarterly return, because nobody cares. They don't care about the people. There's no empathy. There's no sympathy. Go do your job. Do you care if I do it badly? No. Do your job and do it badly, so I can fire you later and make a bigger bonus. The moment I can point to a point in history. I don't remember the exact point historically in the United States, but there's a specific point at which they decided to start rewarding executives here in the United States with stock options. And I can point to that moment and say, that is when we started tipping over the line right there. Obviously, Keynesian economics and, you know, just general capitalism and extended capitalism, over-capitalism, has been a bad thing for longer than that. But the moment executives cared more about their stock price than they did about the company they're working at is the exact moment the economy went to hell. Well, I'm not even going to get into the 2008 thing. That's its whole other thing, because 2008 was a terrible year for the economy. The global economy. Ugh, screw Reaganomics so hard. Yeah, I know, like, the intent was, oh, surely they'll care more about the company if we give them, you know, reimbursement that specifically comes from the company doing well. But that backfired immediately and has never been undone, and it probably should be undone. But it won't be, because what executive would work at a company that doesn't give them stock options? That's ridiculous. Sorry, I know you don't come here to listen to me rant about economic things. I apologize. Moving on. This quest sucks. I am still doing this quest. This is a regional quest. This is not like some random secondary quest. This is a quest that has to do with the Draenei story and the Lost Ones and their connection to the Zangarmarsh. And I am still stuck here doing this stupid quest. This is part of what I mentioned earlier, that doing quests in a group, at least in older content, actually slows this down. You'll notice that both Mr. Red and whoever Varixa is, I'm sorry, I don't know who you are, have already finished this quest because they already got their drops. I have not. It's not a ding. I'm not trying to shame anyone. It's just this. It's okay. It's Maverick. Hi, Maverick. This is part of why I gave those negatives and will continue to give those negatives for older content, is because it is actually co-op hostile. Anyways. Pretty much, let's just go ahead and chalk down a negative for this right now. Let's make sure we're on the right screen. There we go. No, quest sharing in WoW has been slowly getting better, basically every single expansion up to Warlords. So in Vanilla, nothing shared except for kills. And then in BC, a few things share. And then Wrath, more things share. Kata, more things. Pandaria, more things. And then Warlords, pretty much everything shared. You would actually really have to try to find something in Warlords that didn't share. Then we move forward to Legion, everything shared. Then we move to BFA, and all of a sudden, things didn't share again. And in Shadowlands, things didn't share again. But then in Dragonflight, things shared again. And in War Within, things share again. I mentioned that a friend of mine just started playing WoW last year, and obviously I was playing with them in order to have fun and just group with it. We started off in Pandaria to see if they liked the game at all. They liked the game a lot, so they were like, hey, let's go back and experience some of the story. So I took them back through a bit of a guided tour of Cataclysm. And every single zone, we kept running into quests that didn't share in Cata, and they kept complaining about it because they had just come from Pandaria, where most things shared, back to Cata, where only about half things shared. And it was such a noticeable gap, even just between Cata and Pandaria, in how much co-op there was. It was really funny to experience like that.
The Naru have not forgotten.
So here's your stupid reagents. Enjoy your negative to gameplay.
Less fortunate.
The time has come for us to embrace the feral fen and teach them the light has not forsaken them. Take the potion I've prepared. Carry it with you. Once you arrive, drink the potion. Assume the form of one of their bird spirits. Speak to the elder. Let him know that Draenei are ready to welcome his people as our long-lost brothers.
Remember the lesson.
Yes, join us in the light. So I never answered Rain 36's question. Character or setting is more important for story? Character. I know that kind of sounds weird coming from me, especially since so many of my favorite stories are actually setting stories, not character stories. But I think that if you don't have strong or interesting characters to attach yourself to, a setting is just background, right? If I can use a random example. Now, I know you're going to disagree with me on this, so don't jump down my throat for a second, okay? But quite a bit of Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40k doesn't have any interest to me because there's no characters of note that I am interested in. So, while the setting is interesting in its own right, all I have is the setting. I don't have any characters to actually be like, hey, I can name another example like that, Battletech. There's not a lot in Battletech character-wise that really just grabs me. By contrast, both FF14 and World of Warcraft, that is to say, FF14 and Warcraft, have a lot of strong character-focused stuff, and that tends to be really awesome. Now, both also happen to have a really strong setting, so that works in their favor, but you get my point, right? I humbly welcome you to our temple. Greetings, elders. Time for people to end their hostility towards the Draenei and their allies. Treat the Draenei the people who turned their backs on us while we suffered? I think not. A true spirit does not speak thus. Reveal yourself, impostor. Who sent you? I did not mean to deceive you. The Draenei of Tel'Rador sought to approach you in a way that would be familiar to you. So we're to trust people who would insult us with deception? Do the Draenei think so little of us they must resort to trickery to get our attention? We're aware of their desire to redeem us, but my people want none of their redemption. We are capable of standing on our own and will pursue our destiny as a proud and separate people. Right. Also, there's the dance. Oh, well, there was the dance for the Eriko. And yeah, exactly. Arcane was a lot more interesting because of its characters. Its setting was fascinating, but those characters pop, right? Actually, Guild Wars 2 is an interesting example of that, because I'm with you on that, Yura. I don't really like Guild Wars' setting all that much. There's huge swaths of the lore I just kind of forget, because I kind of don't care. It doesn't really engage me. There's some really good characters there. Like Timey.
Blessings upon you.
Did you speak to him? Yes.
Good health.
They're refused. They are welcome to choose their own path, of course, but their choice surprises me. I would think all the Draenei, including broken and lost ones, would still remember we're all the part of the same people. I suppose he is right about the folly of deceiving them, but could he not see our intentions were friendly?
Blessings upon your family.
Oh well. The sound the peacock makes when I mount it always throws me a little bit. An example of something I saw reviewed that has a bad setting but good characters. Well, I also don't read the books much, Uthor. That's why I figured people would jump down my throat, because I'm sure there's good characters in the books. Good setting, bad setting, good characters. Well, I just mentioned Guild Wars, so I guess that qualifies, but let me think about that for a minute longer. You know what? Actually, yeah, Dragon Age. That's a really good one. I'm not a big fan of whatever the Dragon Age setting is actually called, but I love a lot of the characters in that setting.
We survive.
I thought Thedas was the name of the country, or excuse me, continent.
Peace.
Oh yeah, FF15, another good one. So,
Come back sometime.
there's the Ogre Quest. Sorry, I'm double checking a few things here
So
real quick.
long.
Because a decent amount of this is duplicate. Not all of it is.
Good day to you. See you later.
Oh, never mind. I
See
think
you around.
none of this is actually
Have a good
duplicate. Okay. Star Trek. No, I like Star Trek as a setting. I'm sorry. I mean, you don't have to, obviously, but, you know. Yes.
Akal Hekta. Roma.
The small band of Broken you see here is a mission from a larger settlement from Nagrand. The Kuranai, we call ourselves. We are Broken, who desire to reunite with our Draenei brothers. How topical. My group has come here to strengthen Kuranai ties to the Draenei of Telvrador. If the Angarosh ogres have their way, this temple will not stand much longer. They have cleared the hewn bog of its towering mushrooms and grown closer to our refuge. If you would call yourself our friend, aid us in fighting this enemy.
Go on then.
The Kuranai and the Draenei don't always see eye to eye, particularly on the issue of the Lost Ones. We are content to help the Lost Ones who seek us out, but won't pursue them. Some Draenei are intent on redeeming them all. However, there are times when even the Lost Ones go too far, such as the Daggerfen. In their village to the west, they dabble in poisons and deceit, arts that come unnaturally to us. Put an end to this before they can extend their influence. Kill them. Kill them, Kratos. Kill them.
Hey there. Safe travels.
So that's a go-to for Blade's Edge.
See you around.
Yeah, this is a rogue-only quest. Bugs, bugs, bugs. The marsh is full of them. My companions seem obsessed with them. Well, I've had it with bugs. Something far more intriguing has captured my interest. To the west, there's a village of lost ones who call themselves the Daggerfen. The whole tribe consists of highly specialized assassins. I've noticed them mixing and using a particularly potent kind of poison. I'm dying to know more about it, but let's get a copy of the recipe and a sample vial.
See you later.
Dark Souls. I'm gonna be honest, I couldn't name a single Dark Souls character off the top of my head. I'm sure there are some. Like, surely. The setting can go to hell, but I'm sure there's characters there. And there's actually two, Mr. Red. There are two paths up the mountain that you can go through. Ask me how I know. By the way, these guys say, you know, take mushroom. Now that's actually an interesting one. Call of Duty, back when Call of Duty was actually good, has several very memorable and interesting characters, but not much of a setting since it's mostly just, you know, a slightly less insane version of Tom Clancyverse. Good old Lord of Cinder. The guy who, like, kept reigniting the flame and dragging the entire universe, or world? Country? I don't actually know. I'm gonna shut up now. I know nothing. My name's Stupid. Hi. I'm Stupid. And then there's Elden Ring. Let's see. There was the lady in the library. I don't know her name, but like there's the lady in the library, and then there was multi-arm lady that everyone like simps for. There was the really gross snake guy. There was uno, dos, Karathress! He was cool. Terrible, but cool. He was memorable, is really what I mean. Let's see. Yeah, Lord of Blood and Incest. Like I said, I directed him. He's not actually cool, he's just, you know, memorable. I'm not sure I actually have much else for Elden Ring, character-wise. Thinking in my head. Getting stunned by poison. There we go. Listen, everyone loves incest. For some reason. Everyone who doesn't actually have a brother or sister loves incest. There you go, that's a better way to put that. God, that freaking poison. Ah. Look, I only decided to go ahead and marry my aunt once, okay? I wonder. I don't think so. Huh. Never mind, I can actually move this. Let's just scooch this up. Sorry. Crusader Kings is just... You have to lean into it, right? At this point, you have to. Just accept the ridiculousness of it and lean into it. Ooh, jeez. Excuse me. Don't mind me, officer. Damn it, I meant to switch specs. Do I have a second two-hander? No, I do not. Note to self, get a second two-hander. Ah! Freaking poison. The goal is to go ahead and do both of the next upcoming dungeons. And honestly, I might go ahead and push for the raid as well. I haven't decided yet. That's going to be really late of a stream, but god damn it, I really want to finish Zangarmarsh, and it's my own fault that I haven't. So, I will suffer the consequences. Death to dinner! And death to the living. I'll grab the recipe. Oh, that's done. Okay, is that it? Yep, alright. Turn in. It's okay, I got a Snickers in front of me, but I've been talking so much I haven't had a chance to eat it. In later WoW stuff, I could find some voice-acted sections and just let those play, but no.
How are you? Safe travel.
Did your search yield any information?
Have a good one.
Ah, they're using Ragveil as a base for the poison? I can't. Ragveil has no toxic properties. Including Ragveil is like a rogue wielding two maces. Sure, you can do it, but it isn't true to the essence of your calling. Thanks for fetching this me. I'll try out the poisonous time for minutes.
See you around.
Right.
Safe travels.
Do we know what it is, Huthor?
Light. Must remember the light.
Kill him.
Peace for you.
The Zangarmarsh threats is contained for the moment, but I'm certain they won't give up that easily. I've forgotten many things at the end of my life as a Draenei, but the stubbornness of the ogres is an enduring memory.
So long.
The centerpiece of any ogre tribe is its leader. Without leadership, the Zangarmarsh's organization will disappear. They'll resort to infighting to determine who will lead next. Although we've seen the ogres out and about in this area, their true strength is concentrated in the Zangarmarsh. Go there, defeat the Overlord, and 10 of their brothers.
See you. Roma. Act Corta. What do you need, stranger?
That's a quest to go to Nagrid. Just sit on that.
Luck to you.
Something you like? You'll come back sometime.
So that's a hide thing. The he's got Best Rest, and then this guy has...
Give up.
That's the Bleeder Venom.
Go on then.
That's killing those.
Peacefully.
That's killing the damage.
Roma.
Perfect. So none, all of those are repeats, so we can just skip all of those. Let's go kill some ogres. Brigwin, what are you bringing? Let's start thinking about group composition here. So I don't care much about corn, but ogres sound good, and greenskins sound even better. Okay, he's dead. Now we just have to kill a few of these guys. Hi. What? Why? Ah! Dead. Turbo dead. So I think I lost Bragwin. You have a rogue. Okay. No weeks. Like, I don't care, but either way, that sounds like not a tank, which is important. I'll probably go ahead and just tank that. Good time to talk about fraud a little bit. I actually think Warrior Tank is in an extremely good spot right now. Better than it's been in since Legion. Like, Warrior mobility is through the roof. Probably only surpassed by something like Demon Hunter or Monk. Warrior Tanks also have plenty of utility. That's up to you, Maverick. I'm down with whatever. Let's go ahead and grab... Let's make Overpower do more single target damage instead of AoEing it up. Do that. You know, monks are crazy. I guess it doesn't sound impressive to say that warriors are the third most mobile class, but, like, that's only because monks are just absolutely ridiculous, and so are,
You come back sometime.
the other guys again, Demon Hunters. Okay, so let's do a little bit of cleanup here, real quick.
I have many, many wares.
Brewmaster is just... Has Brewmaster ever not been good? Redundant question, of course it hasn't.
Many farewells.
Alright, so, it's up to you, Maverick. Like I said, I'm not going to make you. You will be healing me. I'll be your tank. Bragan will be joining us on a rogue, apparently. I'll have to get in position here. Don't worry, we're moving, I swear. It didn't look like it, but we're moving. Brewmaster is such a fascinating thing. We'll talk about when we get there, which will be during Pandaria. We're going to be stuck with Priest and Warrior for a while. It makes sense, right? We're going to start with the basics. Priest and Warrior. I wish this went a little faster. It doesn't have to be super mega fast, but, like, this is too slow for me. I cannot wait to get out of here every single time I do this. Okay, so Bragwin, who are you on? Where are we on? What's going on? I might have to call Pax. I know Linera said she can join, so let's go ahead and grab her. And I don't actually see Bragwin on. Let's summon Linera. Oh, absolutely, Magister. So you notice there wasn't a lot of story aspects on it. By the way, if you're paying attention, that's a trend. There's not a lot of really exclusive story stuff to the Alliance in either of the first two zones. A little bit of Draenei stuff, a little bit of the stuff with the Sons of Lothar, and that's it. Get used to that. I not see you? Where are you? Oh, there you are. Oh, you're in Yarn. Do you have anyone lower level than that? And also preferably Alliance. I know you don't have to be Alliance. While you're thinking about that, I'm going to switch to Prot. Also, you're on a rogue. We all know what we think of rogues, Bregman. Worst class in the game. Okay, so I look so amazing. I am so terrible. Oh my god, it's just the worst. It's just the worst. Okay. Let's where are we at? Where are we at? Let's go ahead and increase Thunderclap's radius and reduce its movement speed. So yeah, I want Thunderclap to be a nice big range as possible because I've already got Rend. Of course I have Rend. Elsewise, let's go ahead. Obviously, we're going to grab Shield Wall. I cannot believe that's not baked in. Some weird abilities are talents. Like, did you know Paladins don't get Interrupt unless they talent it? That one threw me when we were doing, I think it was Pandaria Remix, and I'm like, all right, let me just interrupt this ability. Where is it? Oh my god. Whoops. Okay, so... there's some really good talents here. Throwing Brigwin into the sun. Let's go ahead and do... Let's do Shield Block for now. We'll get some live talents for the moment. But put Shield Wall up there by Last Stand. Should be what I want. Okay, so Brigwin has swapped to One Punch Elf. Perfect. Now, here's the funny part. Never mind. We're good. We're good. Who's Gilnea? Oh god. Wait. Who's Gilnea? Spartan. Already. What is Gilnea? What's spec? Balanced Druid. Does anyone want to bow out who is a DPS to allow for Spartan to join? It's okay to say no. I'm just checking. Okay. So we will go ahead and accept that instead of that. Let's go ahead and get you down here. Can I get someone to click, please? And by someone, I mean Maverick and or Lunarith. Thank you, Mr. Red. Spartan, say thank you to Mr. Red. Let's go ahead and get Bragwin down here. Thank you, Lunarith. That's how you communicate. What is this, Hearthstone? Okay, so while we're here, most of the warrior tank left stuff is just as good as it was for arms. I don't have much new to add to it, except that some of these abilities are even better when you're prot. For example, Nimbus giving me a $10 tip is even better because I happen to be the protection spec. That wouldn't be nearly as good of a tip if not for that. Well, thank you very, very much. First of all, thank you, Nimbus. Let me bow properly. Thank you for the support. I do mean it. I understand not having any interest in WoW. I know a lot of my viewers have no interest in WoW. Nothing wrong with that. And we're probably layered, Bregwin. Although I'm not Chromie time, so we should be fine. You should be fine. Yeah, you... I shouldn't be time walking on this character. Well, either way, you should be fine, hypothetically. Let's just walk into Slave Pens, Bregwin. We'll see what happens. I shouldn't be in Chromie time on this character. I should be in Chromie time on the other character. I'll mess with that off camera. I'll mess with that off camera. That's going to be a thing, and we don't have time, and we're already late. Let's go. So just walk into Slave Pens. I do hope you still enjoy my streams, even though they're terrible. I apologize. Yep, nope, okay, we're good. We're good, I think. No? Hang on. Yep, there's Bregwin. That's what I figured. Okay, so this is the Slave Pens.
How may I help?
This place was mean and
Good
heroic.
luck, friend.
What are you doing down here? As you can see, it isn't exactly safe.
Be careful. Farewell.
You have to help me. We were sent here to investigate parts of the reservoir, but my friends haven't come back yet. It's been a long time. I need you to discover what became of them.
Goddess, watch over you.
From what Nahud has told me, 2 mighty creatures, Rockmar the Crackler and Quagmarin, were amongst the first ones enslaved by the Nog when they arrived. They helped to subjugate many of the native races of the Zangarmarsh. Though it pains me greatly, you must put them down.
Del Nadris.
Hello, stranger.
My village was able to escape the Naga onslaught at first. We would have all made it to Nagrand had it not been for my brother. He sold our souls for his own freedom. Now he works as a slave driver, whipping his own brothers till their backs bleed. Make him pay the Ramai.
Go on.
And again, there's that common motif of the Lost Ones or the Forsaken Ones having at least one traitor amongst them. So, we've already talked about Warrior a little bit. As you can see, we're just going to be absolutely running through all of this place. Because it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I do happen to know what I'm doing on Warrior. The initial trash. Fast-moving and decently hard-hitting. Generally speaking, you don't want to overpull on these guys. We're going to be fine, of course, but a little bit of caution there. These are a fun one. So if we kill a slave hander, in other words, if we actually really focus on just killing the one, you notice I'm just completely single-targeting it. Or Bragwin could just murder them all! Jesus Christ, Bragwin! Oh my god! There, see? And when you do that, they de-aggro and they run for freedom. It was a legitimate strategy back in the day because it's a little bit harder to just single target, especially now. But you can do it. And if you do... Well, so it's kind of buggy because what essentially happens is the Naga send out an aura spell when they die. And that makes them go, oh, I'm free. So if they die a little bit too far away from the Draenei, it doesn't actually work. Notice a bunch of slaves, excuse me, not slavers. There's slavers up there. So we start to see some of the BC dungeon design, which of course means trash, trash, trash. We can skip a lot of this. We're not going to skip any of it, though. Look at me. One of the first times that one of just some random pugger actually was impressed by my tanking abilities was actually in this very dungeon because we were just kind of overpulling everything, and I wasn't a warrior, and I wasn't very well geared, and they were like, oh, it's a wipe, we're done. Spoilers, we did not wipe. Now, someone back here has decided to pull some extras. That's okay, though, because I have this thing called situational awareness. Situational awareness, I say without hyperbole, is one of the biggest keys to being able to do anything in this game. That's true in FF14 as well, obviously. But still, being able to see, whoops, someone's at aggro, especially someone who shouldn't be an aggro, or someone else has pulled off of you, or anything like that, that's tanking right there, 101. If anybody wants to get into tanking, situational awareness is the biggest skill that I would posit you look into. And we're going to try to not kill these people, right, Bragwin? There we go. And they're freed. See? Add-ons can help with situational awareness. For example, you could see who pulled what and where, who's in threat with what, you know, stuff like that. There's a lot of information you can pull with add-ons. It's not really necessary, but it can help. I actually like a lot of it because I used to raid lead, and so I've never really left that mentality of being a raid leader. And a raid leader wants to know everything going on all the times, always, you know? I was the guy who used to tell the hunter how to do their job kind of a deal, right? So most of the trash in here is mostly unmemorable. We've got bunches of packs, and we've got people who fear. Now, we're going to wait. Oh my god, I accidentally pulled... Oh, wait, he's out of range. There we go. So this guy is out of range? He really shouldn't be.
Practice on yourselves.
Here's our trader guy. Trader guy. I'll not do Thor. So, okay, hold on. Who is killing everything? It's gotta be Linearuth. It's gotta be Linearuth. I'm not mad, it's just like, you're one-shotting bosses. Anyways, it wasn't... Who the hell's one-shotting things? I don't have details going. Hang on. I know we're supposed to be doing low add-ons, but I need to figure out who is one-shotting everything. Let's just turn on all of this stuff right here. There we go. Reload UI. Scooch, it's over here. Okay. So the boss we just absolutely ran over. I'm losing my train of thought. He drops totems. Each of those totems have to be dealt with very, very, very quickly. As in, like, if you don't nuke them down, he can cause all kinds of fun stuff. I don't actually remember if it says his abilities. It does. So he's got Earth Grab Totem, Stone Skib Totem, and a Healing Ward, as well as a Corrupted Nova Totem. That's actually it. It's just a fairly basic ad fight with a little bit of a twist in the fact that it's the totems and they have very low health. So be paying attention, and the moment you kill those ads, you're fine, but if you don't, he will quickly run over you. We used to wipe on him quite a bit in Heroic as well. Let's just ease people down. Yeah, no, Bregwin is just out destroying everything, which is weird. Bregwin, what level are these mobs to you? I actually have a theory, and that might be helpful going forwards, you know. 31. There you go. That's actually the issue. So Bregwin is level 45. This stuff, without time walking, apparently stops scaling at 30. So that is good to know. So going forwards, anybody over 30, we're going to have to require you to time walk in order to not do what Bregwin's doing. There's a quest up there, which we're not doing because it doesn't exist anymore. I can't figure what's going on with my time walking in general. Yeah, for the moment, we're just going to Shrek everything. Turbo Shrekking. Woo. Anyone remember this quest chain? Right over there. The one good Naga. Second boss. So the second boss is actually fairly basic as well. Yes, Spartan. Yes, I'll be okay with that. Bingo, Thor. I figured you'd get that one. How many good Naga on this game? 1. It's not actually a joke. The Naga have been, like, default bad guys for so long, it's kind of a meme. I was so excited for playable Naga, or, like, friendly Naga in BFA. And then BFA disappointed me. I don't try to be shocked. These mobs right here used to suck. So we have the Coil Fang Ray, we have the Ad, we have the Healer, and we have the guy who hits hard. These used to be a whole thing to push through. And yes, I know I'm skipping a boss. I'm just clearing out the room a little bit. So, Rockmar over there. He has a bleed. He has a nuke, not a nuke, a root. There we go. Or not a root. Sorry, God, I can't talk. It's a slow. And then he's got a Frenzy, which can be dispelled, and then he's got Water Spit, which is actually it. Very, very basic boss. The main difficulty with this guy was that frickin' bleed. Dealing with the damage from that bleed was a whole thing, and several healers treated this as a heal check, a gear check. Can you heal through the damage that bleed is doing? Now, if I did what I'm doing right now back in the day, this would be a wipe. I'm going to actually hit some buttons just for once. We're going to see if Maverick can actually keep me up through this nonsense. Probably not, though. I'm a terrible tank. This... Oh, nope, the stun, the stun, the stun, the stun! Oh, that stun! Oh, I nearly died to that stun. I'm going to hesitate for a second, because I got 2 dots on me now. Oh, that frickin' stun. Yes, I believe this is when Grievous Wound was introduced. So I should explain what that means. Sorry, good point, Huthor. Grievous Wound is a dot that lasts forever until you hit your health at a certain measure. Sometimes it's 100%, sometimes it's 90%. If you've actually played FF14, you're familiar with this. There's several times where FF14 puts Doom on you, which will kill you straight up when it expires unless you heal yourself to max. So Grievous Wound, the reason that was such a heal check was because of the fact that you had to not just heal people, but heal the people a lot. And it was very easy to fall behind on that. Especially if you weren't properly geared or didn't know what you were doing. So that's a neat little mechanic. I need to actually double check here. Grievous Wound, it is probably 90%. No, it's actually 100%. It's 100% for this one. Yeah. Resto Druid, sucks to be you. So I'm going to pull these and try not to kill all of those poor innocent slaves. Yeah, by the way, my main healer in this expansion was a Resto Druid. So our last boss... Well, hang on, first we gotta do some trash. So first we have another roaming pack, 2 roaming packs, actually. Remember, these guys hurt a lot more than they look like they do. At least back in the day. I know we're just running over this right now, so it's kind of hard to gauge that. And then our last pack is those guys over there, which is 2 damagers and 2 tanks. It's very easy to multi-pull here, as I just demonstrated, on purpose. Usually what you do is you clear out the hallway and pull them back in order to prevent that. And then we're going to hop over here, clear these guys out. I don't even know if we can do the quest, but we're going to see if we can. Just for funsies. Hopefully Maverick hasn't been cursing my name too much during this particular run. We got another dungeon after this.
I'm listening.
Alright, bite. I'll let you out.
Farewell.
Why, Huthor? You're right. We forgot. And I'll take ownership of that. A dude? I think. Wait, hang on. He's right here. No, he's not. Oh god, where's the other guy we rescue in here?
What brings you here?
Give me your boon. He gives us a 30-minute buff, which is nature resistant. So nature resistance is cool for obvious reasons. Especially since this guy's basically just, hey, you like nature damage? He does poison volley, which does nature damage. Acid spray, which does nature damage. Uppercut, which is a knockback, and cleave. So don't be in front of him. Don't be in front of him. Don't be near him. And watch your positioning. Well, this boils down to a fairly basic form of a positioning fight. It also takes 70 years to walk out of here. There he comes. So we're going to face him this way. And he's going to die. Boom. Mana etched pauldrons. Oh, nice. Those are cloth. Anybody want the pauldrons I just got? The shoulders? Because I turbo do not need them. So a bunch of rotating ones themed around Zelatath, but things like Necrotic, Sanguine, Grievous, Storming, and Volcanic Rolgun. Mild. I mean, that boils down to you do need to listen to your player base a little bit, right? If you don't want them, Lanera, that's fine. I understand that my loot isn't good enough for you, Lanera. It's okay. I don't blame you. I'm not much of a tank, so my loot isn't much of a loot. There's retrial accounts cannot perform that action. Right, so I literally can't give you the gear. Right. I forgot about that. That's on me. I'll take ownership of that. Oh, wow, Huthor. Yeah. Yeah, no, I could see that. I mean, it is linear. It's more so than a lot of games. Not as much as FF14, but it's getting there. Oh, I've received a whisper. It says, "Dear Laura, kill me. Kill me, Laura." Never, Mr. Red. I'll never kill you. It is not by my hand that I'm once again being given kill. It is by humans who wish to pay me tribute. Tribute? You kill people's souls and make them your kills. Mankind ill needs a killer such as you. I don't remember who this was. This was actually years ago, but there was a streamer who was streaming WoW, and if you donated towards him, he would give you loot from the raids he was doing. Screw that guy. Yep, there he is. I even remembered him. And then I, like, mentally forgot because I was in the middle of talking about something else. Yeah, so how much would you hate me, Brigwin, if I asked you to time walk the next dungeon? Please. The good news is we can just summon you right back into like your hearth, and then you're done. Then we're good. I think it shouldn't take too long. Oh, wow. That's, interesting. No, yeah, I see it, Uthor. That's wild. Like, I like the idea of the mutators in Mythic Plus. I do. But, yeah, I can see why some of them would just be, you know what, let's just not this week. Can we just do something else, please? Okay. So, obviously, I think WoW has better dungeon design than FF14 in general. We're just back in the BC era when dungeon design means a big room with a bunch of trash and some fears. FF14's dungeon design is very patterned and has been since Stormblood, which is about when it got good. I don't think that's a bad thing, to be clear. It's just there's a lot of standardization to it. So from Stormblood and onwards in FF14, you've got a corridor and leading up to a red wall. And then you've probably got a second or third corridor also leading to a red wall. And the final corridor leads to a boss. You kill the boss, you progress, and you repeat. Usually about 3 times. That's an FF14 dungeon in a nutshell. So the overwhelming majority of the time and effort spent on designing the dungeon boils down to the visual storytelling side of things. And of course, the boss design. Most of the trash in FF14 is not what I would consider noteworthy. Which is also true with several WoW dungeons. WoW dungeons can be whatever. The gloves are off when it comes to WoW dungeons. There's a WoW dungeon that involves flying around the Honorin Plains. There's a WoW dungeon that involves flying on and off of an airship. WoW does whatever the hell it wants to. There's WoW dungeons that are gigantic sprawling cities.
I am honored. Farewell. Be careful.
So yes, I slayed them. They're free. Cool. Let's get out of here. Alright, Bragwin, do me a favor. Go hit up Romy, which is in Stormwind. And I'll go ahead and get ready to summon you back. Meanwhile, let's see. We got a new talent. Let's go ahead and... I definitely want to get over there. So let's go ahead and grab the Rage talent. Increase our Rage cap by 15, I believe. Yep. No, go ahead and leave. Do what must be done. I've always got Mr. Red here. Mr. Red is my most reliable player. That's probably not actually true, but he's still cool. And while I wait on Brigwin, I'm going to finally have this Snickers because I'm starting to get a little bit hungry in the not feeling well sense of the word. There we go. Thank you, Bragwin. Appreciate you. Agreed, Riotir. I'm astonished they don't just do that. Oh, okay. Hang on. There we go. Okay.
What brings you here? Goddess, watch over you.
How long have I been muted? This is a level 70 dungeon. This is our second level 70 dungeon, alongside Shattered Halls. Shattered Halls, of course, was just trash, the dungeon. This dungeon's a little bit smaller than Shattered Halls, but much more sprawling. Where Shattered Halls was a long corridor, this is big open areas with lots and lots and lots of ability to pull all kinds of extra trash. So that sucks. I didn't like doing Steamvaults back in the day.
Good luck, friend.
We're going to be formatting this because what else can we do? Warlord Karathress is in charge of the Steamvault operation. I need you to kill him. The Naga have left us with no option but violence, because remember, the Naga are always evil. The Naga are working with leper gnomes to spread a horrific disease across Zangarmarsh. It's already spread throughout the Steamvault. Clear out anything that's been contaminated and bring me the gear from Mechgineer's Steamrigger. Okay.
I'd rather be hibernating.
The Steamvault is the heart of the Naga's effort to pump the water out of the Zangarmarsh. So, kill Hydromaster Thespia. It'll seriously hinder their operation. Okay. Yep. No, we did Steamvaults a lot because of rep. Because I wanted my druid form. Fling. So this should be interesting. So our first two trash is just trash. It's the trash in the most traditional sense of the word. There's nothing really fancy here. Basic warrior tank enemy types. So they have stuns, they have interrupts, they have slows. Nothing fancy. It's going to be a little bit slower, but you know what? Honestly, that's going to be a little bit good. So this works. So you notice what I mean by the density of the mobs. Like we've got the big guy right there. We've got another trash pack right there, which is connected to those two trash packs. We've got the roaming patrollers, the other trash pack, another big guy. Oh, and we were feared. I was just waiting for it. I was literally just waiting for that to happen. Sorry. I was talking a bit to try and make sure that that happens. So, I'm on the verge of death, so I'm going to start hitting some buttons. Make sure that we actually do some stuff here. Yeah, so they root, they stun, they like to have special little side abilities. There's, I'm pretty sure, a couple of dots involved in this. Yeah, we just wiped, by the way, if this was 2007. We're able to pull out of that because I know what I'm doing and because this is not 2007. But, yeah. Notice that the Bog Overlords hit like a truck already. They're already heavy types. We've talked about this many times. But the Bog Overlords are also even worse than usual. Now, of course, anybody who's done this dungeon knows you can just go around this little side area over here and skip a huge portion of trash, which is what we're going to do. The consequence is you have to fight one of these big guys right here. That's okay. This is still preferable to going through many, many, many piles of trash. I mean, 2007 does suck. It's right before 2008, after all. 2008, well, that was a year. Meanwhile, Mr. Red is fighting the add-on boss. And yeah, there's that Enrage. When they get low on health, they just start hurting. Really, really bad. This is a good source of adamantite. I used to farm this for adamantite, too. Because I used to be an engineer. Pull these around the corner. Boop. We have an Oracle, which is your priest type. A bunch of melee types. Notice they are doing some appreciable damage here. More times than I'd like to mention. Are skips counted as innately good? We'll go with no. I like having options, you know me. But some skips are really frustrating. Looking at you, Warlords. The Underbrush or the Overgrowth, whatever that dungeon's named. That skip is just irritating. I think they got rid of that in Mythic, didn't they? I don't know. You're starting to see a little bit of what warrior prot can do at level. Let's talk about prot for just a second. So obviously we have lots of utility. I've got a nice big AoE bleed, which means I'm constantly generating threat on everything I've bled. We've got an AoE slow, which is helpful. I've got that, which does damage in addition to being a nice moving tech. I'm going to go ahead and double pull here just to stretch a little bit. I've also got a really good AoE stun, which is a great way to pull a few seconds of either livability, but also to try and control a situation. If there's one thing I would say warrior tank is best at more than most of the other tanks, it is completely controlling an environment. Now, I know all of the tanks can do that, but that's just a personal vibe thing. I don't have much else to say about that. At this level, of course, we still have a fairly large amount of kit. I've got my single target stun, I've got my AoE stun. Yes, I know I'm skipping a boss, shut up. I've got my livability, which I have on cooldown. I've got my ability to block, which is obviously extremely useful. And I've got my ability to just straight up not take damage periodically. Both of those cost rage. So I've got rage burners, and I've got a lot of rage generators, in addition to having plenty of AoE potential and plenty of utility. That's warrior at this level prot in a nutshell. I would say that's an easy double, personally. Fear. Gotta have fear. Very important to have fear. Also, they like to use Blizzard. Just like Bobby Kotick did. Alright, so. Move on to the Myrmidons. This is a fairly simple pack. It's just 2 heavies. But I believe do Mortal Strike. Don't quote me on that, though. I'm going to jot down some notes while I'm thinking about it. So this is kit. I also have to talk about Warrior Prot Low, but we'll do that in a minute. Because Warrior Prot Low is not quite as good. So, assist me, slave! So let's see if we can actually manage to not kill the slave this time. We probably can't. Let's see. Let's see. Hey, they're free. Be free, my minions. There's also this druid over here. What's going on, druid? If you're going to get the Warlord Karathress, you need to defeat the Mechgineer and the Hydromancer. Okay. Well, thank you for the intel. Bye. Helpful, by the way, to have that. Also, in case you're wondering how I knew that person was there, they literally whisper you. So a whole bunch of trash you don't have to pull, but also a slave master. So notice how we managed to pull one of the slaves here. But if we go over here... Yes, Uthor. Hang on, let's go ahead and pull him really quick. There we go. And we're going to kill him right next to these guys. Oh, it didn't actually work. Well, okay, now we have to kill the slaves. Die, slaves! You don't belong in this world! Why are you killing us? Look, this is BC, it's a little jank, okay? What? Those words don't even mean anything. Don't worry about it. What? The good Naga, which is debatable, is a single Naga as part of the attunement chain. He's only an heroic version of slave pens. By my head, let's give it slavery. And he's good-ish. He's basically pro-elements and anti-old gods. That's about as good as it gets for the Naga. And that's it. Yeah, I noticed we're getting armaments there. So, hey, look. Lepers. Can I just say that the introduction of gnomish lepers was probably one of the worst decisions they made with regards to the gnomes? Like, the gnomes are already a joke race. You know how that is. There's always a joke race in every MMO, right? So these are your joke race, right? The gnomes. But, like, gnomish lepers in lore are gnomes who have been... I need to talk about this. Who have been completely flooded by radiation from the devastating attacks that happened on their city, to the point where now they're barely alive, right? They're falling apart. They're lepers. And naturally, like all the gnomish lepers, are villains. We've actually already seen this. Virtually every time we see a gnome leper, it's someone who is either like an evil minion, or is working for the bad guys, or is someone we need to kill for some reason or another. What? So, boss time. So we've got a couple of mechanics. I believe they heal, buff, or both. I forget which. I'm not super worried about it. So I can look. What do you do? It is repair. I was right. He also summons more, which then heals him more. So there's your basic ad check. He's got the Saw Blade, which is a fairly decent thing. He's got the Shrink Ray, and he's got the Electrified Net. That's right. Okay.
Tune him up good, boys.
And he also summons more engineers, but again, we're just going to kill him.
Tune him up, good boys.
Why are they evil? Because they're hurting. Well, you see, Mr. Red, those people are unworthy of our sympathy and empathy, because obviously it's their fault that they're diseased, right? Only sinners actually become lepers, right? So grab the loot, and you remember to use the console. All right, those of you in chat, how many of you periodically would forget to use one of these stupid consoles? Anyways. I remember I used to farm this place. That's probably part of why, because it was such a place that we had on such lockdown that you just kind of start to zone out after a while. That's my defense, and I'm sticking with it. So, a little bit, like, the visuals in here aren't great. It's just a big, like, steam vent place. It really is the Steamvault. It's where all of the pumps operate. I do like the spaghetti, by the way. This is a very Factorio kind of a base. WoW invented Factorio. Or WoW predates Factorio, I suppose. There's a bunch of, you know, minions and monsters, but it's predominantly Naga. Not a lot to talk about. Most of the bosses are also fairly vanilla. As with so many other BC dungeons, there's not a lot of positives or negatives to give, because there's just not that much here. A lot of meat on the bones, as I like to say. And I'm feared. That might actually be bad. That is, in fact, bad. Oh, okay. I like being feared in these dungeons. That's pretty much exactly what this was. Nope, okay, let's just keep it rolling. Let's just keep it rolling. Let's hit this button. Let's hit this button. We're going to hit this button now. I was going to wait on that, but then they decided to root me. We're going to not try to reposition. Now I'm feared again. That's great. Fear is awesome. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the thing that brings the total death. We have just pulled a fifth, I think, pack now from the back with the freaking folded chair, and I'm dead. Wow! Yeah, no, that was just a thing. That is the BC dungeon experience right there. I finally got to show you on camera. I was even, like, casting that, too, Mr. Red. Yeah, I shouldn't be too dismissive. Plenty of BC dungeons have, you know, bosses that have mechanics. There's one in this dungeon. There's actually another one we're about to fight. I do love dying, Mr. Red. Only I can manage it real soon. Dang. Whoops, I totally mistimed that. That's on me. Gotta do the Kara attunement. Very important. While we're here, we do need to kill an extra ad. So let's go ahead and pull. Fear. Gotta love the fear. Fear plus root. That's even better. Him. Look, we almost had that Hoothor, I'm just saying. So. Wow, we didn't pull. You notice I just stared at that like, are we going to pull? Are we going to pull? now our actual goal is this guy. Come here. You guys can come too. It's fun for the whole family. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I actually kind of wish we were back into... they would delve back into the idea of having CC packs. You know? They have plenty more tools nowadays at their disposal to make them CC packs, too. I mean... the second boss of the Suramar Mythic, I can't think of the name of it right now. Right? The one where you're supposed to pull them out individually and then kill them individually, otherwise they super buff each other. Good example of that concept. Make it so that you have to actually deal with mobs, either through CC or through careful pulls or being feared constantly. I can see the appeal. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at me. I was actually thinking about that too, Huthor. I actually like the concept of Mythic Plus quite a bit, but I do agree there probably should be another version of Mythic, which, like you say, does not have the timer. Maybe call it Legendary. Because WoW has just really dumb names for everything, right? I guess that's better than, like, Chaotic, Savage. Anyway, so this boss. Let's refresh ourselves real quick here. That was weird. Game. There we go. Anyways, so she has her adds. They just do AoE damage. She has Lung Burst, which is exactly what it sounds like. Lightning Cloud, don't stand in it. And Enveloping Winds, which is a stun.
The depths will consume you.
I know you always disagree with me on this, Huthor, but I love the idea of just having a version of Mythic Minus, or whatever we want to call that. Get out of this. That doesn't give gear. Titles, transmog, mounts. You know, cool stuff. But here, let me finish my pitch here really quick, although you probably already know where I'm going with this. Imagine a variant of an existing dungeon. But instead of having the increased stats of Mythic, and the timer of Mythic, and the suffixes, move, Maverick, move, Maverick, move, Maverick, move, Maverick. Oh my god. I probably should have just typed there. And yeah, there's the stun. Instead, there's other different buffs that change how the trash and how the bosses operate. Like what I just posited. You know, here's a trash pack. Everything in the dungeon has a thing where every non-CC'd trash buffs every nearby trash. That's an extremely basic, right off the top of my head idea, but you get the concept. So there's no timer, and you're encouraged to be very careful and precise and methodical about your pulls, and you're encouraged to CC your way through. In fact, you're essentially mandated to. And then, you know, you get, like, I think minus points or whatever, which you can spend on stuff. Something like that. This isn't a new idea. Pax actually posited this idea a couple of months ago when he first poked at Seasons of Discovery, because he liked the idea of caring about trash pulls beyond just grouping them up and trying to deal with it. Don't get me wrong, I actually do like the idea of the group and deal with it mentality, but I think we have room for both mentalities, you know. There's nothing wrong with just trying to yank everything together and trying to control the fight, both as the healer and as the tank. But it would be nice to have a thing where it's like, okay, what's our group makeup? We got a monk. Monk has something, it's like the paralyze. So monk, you paralyze punch. I don't know what evokers have. Shaman, you pull this one over there, and you put down your root totem, and you hold that one there. I will go and I'll tank this guy. So we're gonna stun this one. We're gonna root the melee, right? And then I'll tank these two, and the DPS focus on the Oracle, right? Something like that, right? That would be a cool idea, I think. Oh, right. Shamans can also hex. So there you go. We can make it so that the tank is only tanking one thing. And the DPS is focusing on burning that one thing down as quickly as possible, because they've got timers running on those CCs after all. Like, okay, which of those CCs is easiest to reapply? Pretty much, Magister. Everything I'm describing is something that's already been in the game, but if I might be so bold, and feel free to disagree with this, because, again, literally Hitler, back in the day, the way they did this was what I would consider bad design. Lots of trash, densely connected, and tons of stats. And that's kind of it. There wasn't a lot of design to it. You had to do that because otherwise you'd die. Because they'd just kill you. Instead of, you know, having there be some actual mechanics or built-in thing for that. Listen, I'm finishing this stupid zone today, Eva. I don't even care. I don't even care. It's not even as worse of a zone in Health. I just started extremely late. And then I had to take a nap. And then I had to sit and talk about economics for like an hour, okay? What's a brioche? Does anybody know what a brioche is? It sounds French. I love how they fear us and then root us immediately after. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Oh, it's this Louisiana thing. Oh, I love Louisiana pastries. Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess Huthor? I don't know. I just kind of... It doesn't strike me as anything. It's like, yep. That's it. There's so little there that I can't call that design in my book. That's why I haven't been giving positives to any of this trash, because I don't think there's anything worth giving a positive to. But again, literally Hitler. Boss time.
I despise all your sympathies.
Alright, so we're just gonna tank and spank this. There's no mechanics here whatsoever.
Our work here will not compromise. This is not nearly over.
Okay, so he goes over to Distiller. We have to DPS these things. Usually you just pull him over by one of these individually. And that gets rid of his buff. We're going to pull him over here. I think I can control which one he goes to. And I think that's actually it as far as mechanics for him. Oh, no. Right, there's actually two other things. So he has an Impale, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's a dot. He has Head Crack, which sucks. And then he has Spell Reflection, which Maverick over there might be noticing periodically. I remember this sucked as a Frost Mage, specifically. He's not even going to do a second one, is he? Alright, whatever. He's dead. Down you go, boy. And that was Steamvault. I think that could have been worse. I think this is basically a better Shattered Halls. Same general concepts, but the trash is a little bit more designed to it. And, you know, the density of it is less, you know, here's a narrow corridor with tons and tons of things, and more, here's a big open room with multiple routes through it with tons and tons of things. It's also shorter than Shattered Halls, that's important. It doesn't take forever to walk back out of. So I don't know. I feel like we can definitively give this place a wash. We're up to the point of a wash, ladies and gentlemen. We've done it. I'll chew on that more later, because I like to do side-by-side comparisons off camera. I don't do those on camera because that's really boring. Oh yeah, there's also the line of sight thing too. Although granted, that's what the hallway markers were for back in Shattered. So maybe now we can restore the water we need to land. Not yet. We need to go do the raid first. Honestly, maybe. I mean, we'll talk about that when we get to Auchindoun. Auchindoun. That's its own thing. Alright, so. Oh, I don't remember Reign 36. Because, yeah, there was a timer for doing halls quickly enough to avoid someone getting executed. And that timer was harder to hit than it looked. I guess I can get rid of details now since I don't actually need it. Bartender. Last dungeon. Everyone can go to bed. Except for me. It's time for the hardest boss in the game. As a curiosity, how many of you back in the day died to the boss I'm about to do? I'll raise my hand on this one. Yes, you can join if you do nothing. It's okay. There's actually not that much boss design to the Serpent Shrine Cavern, so we don't have to talk too much about it. I died to this once on my mage, and I know what you're thinking. No excuse. I don't remember exactly what happened, but I remember, like, I'd blown Ice Block, and I did it at the wrong time. So then I did Slow Fall, but then the platform was, like, way below me. And I was like, okay, well, I'll just click off Slow Fall. That might have been a mistake. So, you know. Anyways. Alright, so Mr. Red wanted to come... Oh, there we go, that worked. I know Spartan wanted to come, but I don't know if Spartan's there anymore. I can't comment on Heroic Wrath right now. Because I really enjoyed Heroic Wrath bosses. Like, if you talk about, you know, Wrath Heroic trash right now, I'm coming up with a blank. I remember the frickin' Abominations hit like an absolute truck in Utgard Pinnacle. That was a thing. No, this lore channel is terrible, Genomac. Don't watch this one. Nothing good here. Can Spartan even enter it? We'll find out in a minute. I legitimately don't know. So you see how the waterfall just went away? That was what attunement did for you back in the day. And once you're already in here, you could use the controls to get in. Okay. So, Serpent Shrine Cavern. I mean, we don't need to convert to raid, but sure, why not? Here you go. Nope, there we go. So here's the first boss of Serpent Shrine. I want to stress that I'm not really joking, because here's why this was the first boss of Serpent Shrine. So this elevator, when it goes to... yeah, there you go, right there. This is faster than falling speed. So if you make any mistakes, like if you jump or go down at the wrong time, the elevator will be falling faster than you can keep up to it, and you'll end up in a free-for-all state, and you will go down here and you will die. And that's how frickin' far down we are, by the way. Way down here. This is not the first elevator boss. That would actually be the one in Undercity, but it is probably the second one. So now we're just going to wait for a second. Look, we love our elevators, okay? Now we're going to wait again. Very slowly. There we go. Okay. So, let's talk about some of the trash in here. So, first of all, let's actually talk about something interesting. You notice there's this big reservoir. This is where all the water's been pumped in from the rest of the Zangarmarsh. Cool. Now, if you jump into that water right now, it's filled with fish. It doesn't look like it, but it is. And they will spawn pretty much every second that someone's in the water. And eventually, they will overwhelm you and kill you. The reason why is because they really don't want you to use the water to bypass. Because I could actually, for example, just go into the water and then swim over to, say, I can't quite see, but it's like right about over there. And in the doing, I could completely skip the first boss and several trash packs. Just keep that in mind for a minute. But so they don't want you to go into the water, so that was their solution for preventing that. They do give you nice big platforms to fight on for most of the trash packs. Most of the trash packs were fairly simple. You've got your Beast Tamer. He has all the beast abilities. You've got them. They like to do their own little castery stuff. You got the big guys. They're heavies, of course. All the Colossi are big heavy types, as it tends to be true. Then a similar pattern up here and the one up there. Not a lot of trash, which is good. Until we get to our first boss. This first boss, in my opinion, kind of sucks. Obviously, it doesn't suck as much now, and we are reviewing it from the perspective of now, but our good buddy Hydross up here, he required resistance gear. He's one of the I don't want to say one of the last, because that actually still continued up until Sunwell, but BC was the last expansion that leaned onto resistance gear, and was probably one of the big reasons why they decided to walk away from resistance gear. So he does either frost damage or nature damage, depending on which phase he's in. As you can see, he's in between these two things, and he's being used to purify the water elementals, which themselves are being used to help purify the reservoir. Makes sense? And yeah, there's some BC jank going on here, too. So what you would have to do is you'd have to be dealing with the ads while you're dealing with him, while he's doing his own thing, which involves this. So we're going to go ahead and walk up here. Body pull.
Allow you to interfere.
So we're over here, and then we're going to cross the line. Maybe? There she goes. And she switches to nature phase, which spawns ads. And then we're going to switch to water phase, which spawns ads. And there's the format of the boss right there. The whole fight was about managing when you do those transitions. You notice how long it takes for that transition to actually happen. That was pretty much the fight in a nutshell. It was a very, very, very basic coordination check, but I actually was in several guilds that had a lot of trouble with this fight, so much so that most people I know would actually skip this fight and just scooch on to some of the other fights, which were easier to do. Because there was some jank with this, and if this transition doesn't happen smoothly, it's a wipe.
The disease.
Oh, hey, we got the pet, which I don't need. So, that was hydross. Decent idea, not great execution. Fairly common thing. Again, once again, you see how they're starting to experiment with regards to boss design and what they can do with it. So, now we have the trash from hell. Remember how I praised there's not much trash on the way here? Well, they heard me and they're like, oh, you want trash? We'll give you trash. And so we have gigantic trash packs from hell, which require massive amounts of CC, multiple tanks, and all kinds of fun stuff in order to push through. These guys were monks and healers and warriors, which feared, and technicians, which would do debuffs, and all kinds of crap. These trash packs sucked. In many cases, I consider these about the equivalent of several individual bosses. Don't worry, though. There's worse than this, which we'll see when we get to the Eye. Now, you may or may not notice, there's a boss out there, right there, in fact. We're not doing that because I think I have fishing, but I kind of don't care. So the way that boss worked is you had to fish them up. It was an extremely easy boss. It was a very, very basic boss. All it did was it had a bunch of ads, so you'd have to... and then it would do this circle attack. And the way we dealt with the circle attack is you'd get under the water, where you'd be taking damage, but the circle attack wouldn't hit you. Then you'd get back up out of the water, and then you get healed back up. That's it. It's essentially a one gimmick fight. Not much meat on its bones there. So I'm not even going to bother to show it off. Instead, we're going to go up this way. Now, just like most of the raids at the time, there are multiple routes you could take, depending on which order you want to do the bosses in. Allow me to say I do like that idea. In general, I like the idea of being able to pick and choose which bosses you do when, because it allows different groups with different makeups to be able to do different types of fights based on what it is they're good with, or what it is they're capable of doing, or how their gear progression is going, or how the coordination is going, or whatever. It's good to have those kind of options. So, we're going to go and do the route I used to do with my group. So we go along this way. We have a really big heavy. He's dead. Notice it's mostly the same kind of trash packs. But we now start to have some of the broken as well. So we've got broken, Naga, and the broken trash packs, they were mean, honestly. I'm just going to push through these really quick. Nice little side area, and we're going to have a little bit of a segue to go find someone else. Now, most games have this thing where they like to just kind of throw out random bosses because they had a boss idea and they didn't really know what to put it. This is true in single-player games, and this is true in MMOs. FF14 does this all the time. It's like, hey, we're fighting a freaking bird. Why? Don't worry about it. So, that's actually a really good question, Mr. Red. I don't know. So there's Leotheris the Blind. He's actually referenced in the lore later. He is a demon hunter. He is one of the only successful demon hunters under Illidan's initial care. The thing is, he is actually a failed demon hunter. He succeeded at the skill, he succeeded at the power, he failed at the willpower check. And so because he was driven mad by the power and because he effectively lost the mental battle with the demon that powers him, the shamans of the Naga here are keeping him bound. So we're going to go ahead and kill them. This is functionally phase 1, is dealing with and killing these.
Finally, my banishment ends.
Which leads to him being like, I'll kill you. We're just going to sit here for about 50 seconds. Now, this was not the first demon hunter of the game. That would actually be Lorimus Thalapides back in Vanilla. I actually remember being really jazzed when I first saw Lorimus because I was like, oh my god, it's a demon hunter in WoW. Holy crap. It wasn't a class, obviously. It wouldn't be a class for a while. So Leotheris here, he likes to do this. Oh shoot. Okay, we're just gonna live with that for a second. Anyways, he likes to do his whirlwind, which also applies a bleed, because of course it is. And then that's kind of it. He does a lot of damage relatively quickly, so it required a different type of tank to be able to deal with this kind of crap. But kind of slow motor our way through some of this trash.
God, trifling elf. I am in control now.
And periodically, his inner demon would actually take over. And from this point, the phase completely changes. Now, instead of doing periodic AoE damage, he does a whole bunch of focused stuff, which also increases the fire damage you take. So this is what we call an escalating stack. Every time he hits you, you take more damage from the thing he's hitting you. Let's go.
You cannot kill me. Force. I'll be back.
Oh, I actually needed those. So yeah, you needed a separate tank, usually a caster tank. Warlock worked real well. Sometimes people would use mages in order to hold that and try to stay away from other people. And again, the stacking debuff. And the melee thing, you'd have to deal with that. It was his own thing. You get the general idea. Moving on. Fun fight. Fairly basic, but again, some beginnings of actual mechanics here. Oh yeah, and again, of course, it's a dude. So we'd kill Leotheris. Sorry, not Lorimus. Wrong guy. We'd kill Leotheris. Scooch for some relatively basic broken trash. And then our third boss would be this guy. Or wait, where is he? He should be like right there. Am I turned around? I am turned around. Okay, sorry. Hang on. We're not there yet. Hang on. Yes, man. Yeah, I probably should mention several of these trash drop different effects when they die. Sometimes they drop mushrooms. Sometimes they drop poison clouds. Sometimes they actually drop additional trash. Hem. So that would be the next boss we would do. Morgrim. Morgrim's an interesting fight. This is another fairly basic coordination check. Lots of murlocs down here for some reason. So he would do this funny little thing. Oh, it doesn't actually say his ability names here. Whatever. So he would do a thing. He'd put you in a bubble. And he'd send the bubble over there, and it's the group's job to deal with that bubble as quickly as you possibly can. He'd also summon adds, and honestly, that was kind of it. So there's a few fairly basic mechanics. Otherwise, this guy was mostly a target dummy boss, just like Patchwork was. So he was a really simple way to get some gear early on, and that's why we'd usually skip past and fight him third rather than like fifth or whatever. He's pretty far in here. I'm not even going to show off his mechanic. There's not much to show off. Kill him. Backtrack so we can go show off the Warlord Karathress. Oh yeah, he also hits extremely hard. This would be tank hitting you with another tank. He hits really, really hard, but infrequently. I believe it wouldn't be until Black Temple that we'd see another individual boss that hits as hard as Morgrim there. So, there's the Fathom Lord Karathress. There are a few ways to deal with him. He has several adds. Every time you kill one of them, they buff him. Now, ostensibly, I think... Correct me if I'm wrong here. I think the idea was that you could either kill him or then kill the adds and then kill him. But I've never known anyone to not kill the adds and then kill him, because they're just too much to deal with otherwise. So we've got her. She's a caster. We've got him. He's a buffer. We got him. He's a melee.
More power!
Also, you may have heard me quote that several times. That's where that comes from. And yeah, he gains the power of the three of them based on buffing them. And then he does his own thing. Usually this is another, pull and separate kind of a fight. Not quite a full council fight, but like one step below a council fight.
Excellency awaits.
And hey, it's a guy who's part of the attunement chain that we're never doing. All right, guy. Also, I think I've already done that on this character. What was his name? Gertog? Hang on. It was Gurtog. Yeah, Gurtog Blood Boil. Also known as hits you like an absolute goddamn tank. Terron did weirdly large amount of melee damage, too. That always weirded me out. Like, you wouldn't think a guy who's essentially a mage would do that much damage, but no, he hit pretty hard. Supremus was different. And I think that's it for the really hard-hitting bosses here. Then you'd hit Sunwell. And then you'd see this guy, Brutalis. Brutalis, I think he actually hit harder than anything else in the expansion. Which I suppose makes sense. So then we move back out here. We're almost done. We're almost done. All we have to do is the last boss. Illidan cheated, yeah. Illidan had abilities that kind of were done alongside his hits. And that's why he hit hard. Dealing with Sheer and managing that was a huge part of the Illidan fight, at least when we did it. So once you've cleared out the reservoir, which, again, look at how much trash is in here. My God. I think you actually don't need to clear the trash anymore and kill the bosses to use this console. But back in the day, you obviously did have to. But now we just hit this. I'm going to shut up because she's going to give a small speech. It's her only bit of characterization in the entire expansion, so enjoy this. Maybe? She knows I'm listening.
What is life? It has become a rare commodity here in Outland, a commodity that we alone shall control. We are the Highborn, and the time has come at last for us to retake our rightful place in the world.
Okay, so this is Ladybug. Oh my God. We had add-ons and macros specifically designed for this fight. This fight, I like the concept of it, but once again, this is another fight that's a better concept than it is an execution. So, her phase 1 is pretty basic. She summons some ads, you deal with the ads fear. So one of the big ads, it's this giant bog styro kind of thing. He just kind of constantly fear auras near him. So dealing with and tanking and or kiting him is a huge part of phase 1 dealing with. Phase 2, for a while, prevented players from being able to do this while going back to it. So phase 2 has her sitting in the middle and channeling these 4, whatever these are, these vases, into her. So they're like, and she's invincible. And every so often, and then on the ground, all kinds of ads are going to be summoning from like over here, over there, and over there. So the group would already know where they're... Oh my God, Huthor. Yeah, that's some PTSD right there. All of these, there would be... The group would split up. And there would be DPSs and tanks set up at each spot to deal with the ads as they came. Periodically, a poisoned ad would spawn. It's actually set on a timer. You kill the poisoned ad, and it's usually way down here at the bottom of the staircase. You kill the poisoned ad, and then you loot it, and it gives you a tainted core. While you are holding the tainted core, you cannot move. However, you can use the tainted core to throw it, and then you throw it, like, up here, like this, right? And I just blew a cooldown to show that off, but whatever. And so you throw it up here, right? And then someone else would catch it, and then they would throw it up to the next person, and there would always be someone whose job it is to stand right by these things. And they would just stand here and wait for someone to throw them a tainted core, at which point they would use it on the thing, and that stops the beam from making her invincible. So that whole, it's a neat idea. It is absolutely a chore in practice. And yeah, it's for those of you who've done the Gahoon fight, this probably sounds familiar. And that's actually kind of it. There is one other asterisk to this. The reason that your players, your DPS, are so focused on DPSing the trash down is because they're not doing anything to you. All they're doing is trying to reach her. Every single one of those trash that reach her buffs her damage. And she can get to the size where she's literally scraping the ceiling up there if you let it happen. Trust me, I've seen it. Anyways, so this fight, honestly, I kind of want to argue a negative for this fight because it is such an aggravation. I should mention that the AoE fearing ads are running around during the second phase. And she also knows how to mind control people. And mind control was a whole thing back in BC, as we'll talk about when we get to the Shadow Labyrinth as well. So it just kind of turned into an irritation fest. Rather than being engaging, it's just, ugh, we have to fight Vashj. But she did drop tier 5 armor, so a lot of guilds bothered to do so. I'm not even going to try and show off her phase 2, so we're just going to do this.
Victory to Lord Illidan. I am sorry.
I'm not even sure I'm capable of showing off her phase 2, to be quite honest with you. I don't know why I did that. I just grabbed everything. I used to farm her for her pet. Yeah, that one right there. Took me forever to get it. Now I have 2 of them. But that was the Serpent Shrine Caverns. Serpent Shrine continues the trend of a lot of the BC raids. They're definitely experimenting, and they're trying new stuff, and they're throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. We'll see this again when we finally get to the Eye, which will actually be a while from now. For those of you who are curious of our path going forwards, if you give me a minute to pull up my organization sheet here. So the next thing we'll be doing is Terakar, which will have a bunch of dungeons, then Nagrand, then Blade's Edge. We'll do Gruul's Lair at that point. Then we'll do Shadowmoon and the Black Temple. Then we'll do Netherstorm and the dungeons and the Eye. And we'll finish up with Keldanis, Magister Terrace, and the Sunwell. And that'll be BC. We're not going to finish all that anytime soon, but I'm just telling you the overall path we're going to be taking. For now, I am an hour and a half over my cutoff time. So I will see you guys tomorrow.